know if you just actually, never mind.
Yeah. No, I meant it literally with him.
Let me know when you can hit a live button next time.
Yeah. And by the way, I don't think Facebook's going to care about that, but that's a fact.
Yeah.
That's
right.
why
Well,
they.
let's move on.
Well, we're not going
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's get ready for the headline. Let's get ready for the headline. Stand by.
All right. Okay. Good morning, beautiful people. I see you. Get ready to win big. We got some big prizes this morning. Get ready. Get ready. Yes.
Big news. I have some important news for you. Interesting news.
It's Blake and Aaron's Spilling the Tea with Sandy.
Cayman's top news headlines of the day from CMR.
Good morning, Sandy. How are you?
Hey, good morning, Blake and Aaron. How are you guys doing?
Happy Monday.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. A little bit of rain in the easterly districts.
Same in Georgetown, too.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So a little spattering of rain to wash the roadways this morning. So, but it makes those roundabouts a little bit slick. So use a little extra caution. What do you got for us for headlines?
Actually, breaking right now as we speak, there's a house fire in Northside.
Oh, no.
It does not look good. We've just gotten some footage and stuff of the situation.
Oh, wow.
And yes, it's, it looks
Is
like
the
it could
closest
be
fire station there the one that's over by the school?
Frank Sound.
Yeah.
There's one in Frank Sound, so yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I've gotten quite a few people from Northside messaging.
No, we hope everybody's okay.
Yeah.
Yes. I think someone said that she was actually on her way to the airport, or she was at the airport. So I don't know if she's traveling and then maybe forgot to turn something off.
Oh, no.
Imagine that news.
Yeah.
Terrible.
So we're definitely thinking about that family this morning. And it doesn't look good in terms of the structure. And it's horrible to lose anything in a house fire, but like the whole house is kind of tough. So yes. In other news, Miss Cayman Islands World is Cayman Airways' fourth female pilot, in case you did not know.
Yeah.
Super impressive young lady.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, super impressive young lady.
Yeah, Leanne Tibbetts was honored recently for making significant strides in her career by becoming the fourth female pilot to be employed by Cayman Airways, the national airline of the Cayman Islands. She was recognized by the Ministry of Health, Wellness, and Home Affairs and the Cayman Islands Cadet Corps for her recent professional and personal achievements. So congratulations to this young lady. She's wearing her crown well. So
she's not only in the Cadet Corps, she's also a pilot.
Yes.
Cayman Islands.
When you think of somebody representing the country, and
this is what you want.
Yeah. Super
impressive.
And just super nice and such a beautiful lady.
Well done.
Yeah. Absolutely. So, do you guys remember, this story is just the story that keeps on giving, but we were discussing last week the gentleman Shaw. Let me get his first name for you. He escaped from, he was a wanted man in Jamaica in St. Catherine area. We picked him up in Cayman, sent him back home. And then last week, I think it was Wednesday, he escaped from a prison in Kingston. You guys remember me telling you about the story?
Vaguely, yes.
Yeah. So anyway, the Jamaican authorities have disposed of him. He was shot and killed by Jamaica's.
Disposed of him.
Okay.
Yeah. Quite frankly, I'm sure that's how they see it. But he was shot by officers from the Jamaican Constabulary Force Counter-Terrorism and Organized Crime Investigations Branch. It's a CTOC is what it's called. It's a mouthful. And the Metro Quick Response Team during an armed confrontation at a guest house. So I've been curious about what a guest house is, and it's kind of like where Lamar Odom ended up when he overdosed, that type of a guest house.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. That's like a recovery kind of home.
More of like a drug house is what you're saying.
More like a brothel.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So anyway, his
not before when he overdosed, not after. Yes.
Yes. His sins of the flesh made them caught him very, very easily 2 days after he escaped. The World Health Organization has raised the alert as it comes to cough syrup. Now, I don't know if you guys saw this or not. This is quite serious. 66 children have died after taking cough syrups across Africa and Gambia. And apparently the cough syrups are manufactured in India and they have like toxic chemicals in them. Which is crazy. Yes.
Yeah.
All sorts of contaminants, and they're not quite sure how the contaminants got in the products. But now the World Health Organization has said that, you need to pull these off of the shelves. So actually in Gambia and other African countries, they're literally going door to door and checking people's cough syrups to see if they have any of the ones made by this particular manufacturer. And they're just telling them to throw it away. That's how dangerous it is. And ironically enough, Jamaican authorities are also concerned. So they must be getting some of their product from, this distribution line as well. And so they're asking people to be extremely vigilant. So please, folks, go and have a look. There are 4 products and they're all named on the website. They're all baby cough syrup products. So, extremely dangerous for children, but go and ensure that you don't have anything from that manufacturer, I would say. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And already 66 deaths have been attributed to those cough syrups. So
that's hard.
Yeah.
That's hard to swallow. Oh,
yeah, absolutely. So those are, yes, sir.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, literally that's hard to swallow, but those are some, no pun intended. Those are some of your news headlines for today. A lot happened politically on Friday. In the sitting of Parliament, which we're going to unpack and try to dissect this morning on the program.
All right. Catch Sandy's show right now on Bobo 89.1 FM. We'll see you tomorrow for the Tuesday headlines. All right.
Sounds great. Thank you.
All right. Our segment.
All right. Good morning, everyone. How are you? Toodaloo, toodaloo. We got prizes to win here today. So let us get started. Buenos dias.
Peppermint, sorrel, ginger, beaver grass, or English. Get it ready. Your morning tea just got hotter.
Ooh, honey child.
On the cold, hard truth. Bobo 89.1 and Cayman's #1 talk show are bringing you morning talk like no one else. Monday Rewind, Impact Wednesdays, Caribbean Connections, and much more. Don't miss a beat with what's happening in the local community. Just keep sipping your tea.
What a mess.
Here's your host, live and direct from the Cayman Islands, Sandy Hill.
All right. Good morning, beautiful people. Welcome to another segment of the Cold Hard Truth. I feel like I should say that with an accent this morning. The Cold Hard Truth. How's everybody doing? Happy Monday. We're up and at 'em. We're going to get it. So just sending out messages to our WhatsApp group. Don't forget, you can join the WhatsApp notification group if you would like. to get all of the latest news updates as they happen. You get them first before anybody else. Yes. The group grows. It's growing hundreds of people on it now, and it continues to grow. And I should say it's a notification list and not a group, which means that the good news about that is, I hear my computer working overtime over there. I can actually hear the motor running, which normally means that it's working a little bit extra hard. Whenever my husband hears that, he's like, turn stuff off. I'm like, our computer's supposed to work hard. I have to work hard every day. Shouldn't the computer have to work hard every once in a while? Well, we're going to talk about working hard today because some people don't want to work hard. Ooh, honey child. Who's ready this morning? Let me throw some trivia questions out there for you. We do have Minister J.E. Banks, who's supposed to be joining us this morning. Let me just see. Yes. Let me just see if he's ready. Of course, I've just told you guys that there's unfortunately a fire in the District of Northside. So let me get that up for you guys to be able to see this morning. Doesn't look good. I have a few voice notes about it, which I can't listen to right now. But as soon as I can, maybe during our first break, I will get you some additional information. So I understand that apparently the young, I don't know if it's a young lady or not, I say that, but I actually don't know. The resident, the owner of the home, is actually at the airport. So I don't know if she was traveling and then something happened. Oh my gosh. You know, this is like your greatest fear, that you're traveling and you forget to turn off a stove or something. It's always one of those things. Listen, when you travel, you have to like triple check and quadruple check everything to make sure that things are turned off. Because it's kind of scary, right? All right, so we got some big news around here today. Look at me with my middle part. Who's feeling the middle part today? I used to rock my middle part in my younger days a lot when I was younger. Yeah, something about a middle part and a side part. All right, so good morning, beautiful folks. Who can guess what the big news is around here this morning? We've got Vernita joining us. Tracy is joining us from New Zealand. Good morning to Ms. Joy. Stephen from the UK. Carmelie says, happy Monday. Siobhan has got it locked. Carmelie says, please on the road as it is wet. Please be safe on the road. So yes, it is raining. Blake just said it's raining in Georgetown. It's definitely raining in the Savannah, Newlands, Lower Valley area as well. So folks, just take your time. No need to be in a hurry because you will not get there 1 second earlier as a result of being in a hurry. So trivia question. What is the big news? Y'all ready to win some big prizes this morning? This is some good stuff we're giving away. What is the big news in the CMR studio today? Something big has happened to me. And so now if I've told you over the weekend, you can't be guessing because that's not fair to anybody. Ooh, the tea is nice today, Miss Stacy. Ooh, it's gonna line up with our teacup this morning. Delicious. Yes, we got a lot of tea for y'all today. Don't you worry, honey chill. It's gonna get a little hot in the studio, but before we get there, can anybody guess? Good morning to Olivia. Olive, Miss Olive is here. Good morning. So can anybody guess what the big news is? What has happened? Let's see who's on it. Good morning, Louie. How are you? Happy Hunter Moon. Miss Lucille is here. She says a great topic to discuss. Which one is that? The PACT government being still in PACT? Oh, we're going to talk all politics for most of today, and then a little bit of Miss Cayman. I tell you. Yes, everybody wanting everyone to be on the road safe. Good morning, Miss Alice. Teresa, Miss Ravina is here. Sandra, I lost a badge in here. What badge did you have? Was it a top fan badge? Oh, people are so into the top fan badges. They're like, when they lose them, they legit get upset. But I think the more people we have on the platform, the harder it is to actually to keep a badge because there's more people interacting. Good morning, Scott. KK says nobody lives in that house currently. Oh, nobody lives in the house? Oh, well, that's good news, I think. So what was in the house if nobody lives there? Morning, Jonathan. How are you? Marshall says, I'm looking nice and fresh. Thank you very, very much. KK says, Makiva's out. Well, no, we knew that already from last week. Is it the PACT government won? No. Hi, Miss Bonnie. Big news is that the PPM is out for good. Oh, God. Where's my little... Oh, we got a caller who wants to guess at us. Yes, caller. Good morning, caller. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How you doing?
Yes, thank you. Giving thanks. Isn't
Yes.
that about a Jamaican guy who got killed?
No, I want y'all to think specifically about me. So on the line today, when I tell you what all the prizes are, you're gonna know it's a big thing. So I'm gonna give you a life hack calendar. I'm gonna give you a streaming box with a 6-month subscription. You're gonna get a Waffle Monkey gift certificate, and you're gonna get a Burger King gift certificate. All of that. So it's pretty big news.
But call back.
Yes, y'all think now. It has something specifically to do with me. Oh, oh my God, here we go. Okay, so KK says PPM is out and not returning. Well, yeah, that's good news, but that's not it. Richard says that I launched a new website. Nope. I set up a new group, Bonnie. Good guess, but no. Sarah says, morning. Is it that you serve papers in connection with the Miss Cayman? Is it you have been served paper? Sarah, no. Child, please. I mean, are the police really taking these fools seriously? Katsina says, I win. Sandra's pregnant. No. A new WhatsApp group for lost and found. Nope. John says, is Sandra pregnant? No. I told y'all that was one and done now. We're not going down that road again. Nominated for Heroes Day, says Miss Ruth. Aw, no. Hi, Miss Ruth. How are you? Scott says, you are the new Speaker of the House. No. You little brat says, you're going to have a baby. No baby news. Oh, this is going to be tougher than I thought for y'all. But look at all the stuff that I'm giving you. So, it's like big news. Okay, Susan says, good morning, everyone. Gigi is going to be a big sister. Nope. Maybe when we get a dog. But no, not yet. You have good news about your results from your checkup. Which checkup? I think everything was okay. So no. You lost your 40 pounds before 50. Now listen, y'all need to stop. 40 pounds already? We just got started last month. Y'all must be thinking I'm Kevin, because Kevin he's losing 40 pounds in like 2 minutes. But like I tell you, that's men for you. They can lose some weight fast. No, I don't think I've really lost any weight. Although this morning I did feel a little bit slimmer, I must tell you. I put on my little dress. I was like, maybe. Stephen, I see you, Minister, coming right up. Tell Facebook to put back my top fan badge, right? Bright. Stephen, I wish I could do that. New show segment in the afternoon. No, Blair. Siobhan says I paid down my mortgage. Well, I've been working on that, honey. Chill. Ooh, the day I paid off. Now that'll be a part. We can have a real party. I'll tell y'all. No, OBE, no, Charm. You are a new endorse of high-end product. No. Oh, that would be nice. Anybody wants me to endorse some products? You got some sort of academic accommodation? No. A new TV station? No. You're going over to the Compass? Oh my God, Sarah. No. I think you hit your head now. Come on now. Where's that wrong button? Definitely not. My anniversary? Nope. Johan, are you going to give a guess now? There is something that has happened to me. Actually, Johan might know it. Johan, don't guess if you know it already. But there's something that's happened to me on Friday. And I'm trying to get y'all to guess, but y'all are all over the place. I made the last mortgage payment on your house. Oh, Jesus. I'm praying for it, Miss Lisa. Harassment? No. We are slimmer in the morning, says Jim. Oh, are we? That's good. Yes, I do feel slim and thing this morning. Maria, good morning. Marshall says I'm holding on to my top fan badge. He's going to comment every day. Good morning. You got yourself a pet? Oh, not yet, but I'm telling you, I've been really thinking about it a lot lately because my daughter really, really wants a dog. But I gotta think about it. I got arrested. No, John. Thank God that hasn't happened in a minute. Oh my gosh, your program will now be on for longer during the day. No, Miss Annie. We need a hint. All right, let me think about how I can give you a hint. You're taking a much needed vacation. I wish. Felicia, good morning. I had the waffle curry chicken. No. Okay. I'm going to give y'all a hint, and I know y'all are going to guess it after this. Let me check the WhatsApp messages first to see if anybody has guessed it. That's a good one. Karen says CMR has a new location. No. Somebody else says you're going to be Speaker of the House. No. I don't need no job. I keep telling you, I won the lottery. Oh, I wish. Now I could do with a couple $1 million, baby. Nope. Your radio is about to become syndicated. No. Anybody else? Oh, hold on. Somebody on the other phone is hold on. Somebody else is messaging. Did they? No phone, no radio listeners want to call in and guess? Okay, so I said it's specific to me. So it has nothing to do with CMR. I'm narrowing it down now. It's very, very specific, something about me. And it's something that has happened to me. Alice says, you're killing us. Good morning, Omiria. All right, while you guys are still thinking about it, let me see what Johan said. Johan, I have a whole new wardrobe. No. Support. What all weekend I've been hearing people that support your friends in red say that CMR gets paid by PACT. If so, how much? I think I need to send PACT an invoice because they're not paying me yet. Do you think I should be demanding some payment for something? You guys are a bunch of jokers. Listen, we're going to talk about the progressives all morning. I'm not expecting anything. Okay. Callers. Another caller's thinking about it. Hold on. All right, caller. Good morning. What do you think?
What your test results
Which test results?
from Health City?
No. We're all good. So what I will say though, it is health related. Nope, I'm already married. Not getting married to anybody else. Bought a new car. No. It's my birthday. Nope, my birthday's in August. You lost more weight. I may have, but I don't think so. You are in pain. You're pain-free from the tennis elbow. No, I wish. Ugh, that is so lingering. Hello, caller. Oh, no. Husband, so in love, he's marrying you again. Oh, that's a good idea. Nope, not pregnant, Johan. You won disciplinarian of the PPM. You little brat, you're so funny. Healthy watching, you lost 10 pounds, eating, menopause. Are people celebrating getting menopause these days? I'm not so sure that's anything to celebrate, but when we get there. Morning, caller.
Did you find a solution for your that thing you were talking about on Friday with the pain and all of that stuff?
All right.
Find a solution with a doctor?
No, but I'm going to give you one more hint. Remember on Friday, I told you guys, sorry, this cough is still very much here. Remember on Friday, I told you guys that I had a headache Friday morning. And then as we started to move into the 10 o'clock hour, I was kind of blaming my headache on the progressives because, you know, they give anybody a damn headache around here. Good morning, caller. What's your guess?
I'm guessing could it be COVID?
Ah! Yes! I finally got the Rona!
Oh my God.
Yes, COVID came for me. OMG. Can you believe it? Oh my God.
I'm just guessing to talk about the headache.
Yes. So caller, hold on. Let me take down your information. 936. Yep, I got you. All right. So I'll message you after the show to get you sorted out with your prizes. Okay. So
Thank you so
yes,
much.
I finally tested positive for COVID after all this time. I thought I was going to be one of the, last of the Mohicans standing and never getting COVID. But guess what? COVID came a knocking at my door. Yes, honey child, congratulations to that young man. So remember on Friday, I told you guys, I was like, oh my God, I woke up with this headache. At first, I was thinking it was sinuses. And then, I was like, maybe good old Dr. Sydney, he's always available on WhatsApp. He's like, maybe sounds like a tension headache. And I said, the strange thing is I legitimately, when I say never, I mean hardly ever, ever, ever get headaches. Like it's just not something I get. I feel sorry for people who get like migraines, all kind of stuff, but I'm always so fortunate. I never get headaches. And so I kind of was like, for me to wake up with a headache, and then, you think the worst case scenario. So of course, in the back of my head, I was like, oh my God, what if it's, how last week I was telling you about the lady who had a stroke and had the really bad headache as a warning. And I was like, but it's not, I don't feel like it's like the worst headache in the world. It just wasn't leaving me. So I took a Tylenol, I took 2 Advil, and by like 1, 2 o'clock, it was still there. I couldn't pay attention to what was happening in the Legislative Assembly as a result. So I just let that stream play so you guys could hear it. And I was lying down in bed. I was like, oh my God, my head is just killing me. I even pulled out the TENS machine and put that on my head, which at first I was like, can I put a TENS machine on my head? Or is that, because you don't want to put a TENS machine every place in your body. Like you don't want it too close to your heart and stuff, right? So I was like, would the head be okay? So I messaged Dr. Sydney, can I put it on my neck? And he's like, yeah, go ahead, kill yourself, put it on. So yes. Then Miss Stacy said to me later on the day, maybe you should take a COVID test. And I was like, a COVID test? Okay. And still I wasn't convinced because I wasn't really like feeling a way. Otherwise, I had a little bit of like a scratchy throat, but then, I've been fighting this sinus thing forever. So I was like, okay. So I took it Friday night, and yes, folks, it came out positive right away. I was like, oh Lord, COVID finally got me. No idea where it happened. I was in court, I think on Wednesday, Thursday. So maybe it was court. That's probably the only place that I see more than like one person at a time. PPM OBI man was burning enough candles for you, for me and you, says Johan. So the good news is we're all good. Life continues. The show continues. We are good with COVID. Don't worry, honey child. As a precaution, I am taking the antiviral, whatever the heck it's called. I am doing one of those. So I got to take 4 pills twice a day. And then I'm doing like Sudafed and other stuff. But not feeling too bad. I got lots of rest this weekend. Oh my God. I slept and slept and slept and slept some more because I wanted to be ready this morning. Minister, the Honorable J.E. Banks is in the studio. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Sandy. How are you?
I'm doing A-okay, considering I have COVID and all.
Well,
I know you're listening. You're thinking, boy, this show is something else. Listen, we celebrate the big things, the little things, and everything in between.
Everything. It seems so. It seems so. Well,
and you know what?
You didn't allow me to be able to get on there to say that I thought you had COVID. So because someone said to me, I think Sandy has COVID.
You were thinking it too?
Yes. Well, someone passed it on to me. So I said, well, maybe it's COVID she's talking about.
Yes. I told a few people over the weekend because some people were messaging me, Chan. I was like, listen, I'm actually sleeping right now. Just stop messaging me. But I feel like I got a lot of sleep. That's the one good thing, apparently. you have no choice but to really rest. And I feel like I probably am one of those people who function on way too little sleep as it is. So the silver lining of COVID is I'm going to be sleeping a lot probably over the next week. There you go. So Minister, I appreciate you coming on. A lot happened on Friday. That even in my poor little brain, we're going to break it down this morning because, my listeners, they're like, listen, Sandy, I don't know what's going on. Can you just explain it to me? And I do my best to explain it. I break it down. I got a number of videos we're going to be listening to this morning. But the Progressives had a press conference on Friday. So first of all, they did not show up to Parliament. We're going to talk about that here in a bit. But they also had a press conference on Friday. And in that press conference, they dropped some names of people who they say were in talks with them about joining their government and abandoning PACT. And your name was one of those names that they dropped. Alden had your name in his mouth. Wow, Jay, tell us what this is all about.
I know, Sandy. I was just as surprised as anybody else that may have heard Alden said drop my name. It seems to me when I watched the video, it was he had already announced everybody that he could think of, and that my name just popped in at the last moment. He said, you know what, let me just throw his name out there too. That's how I kind of thought about it, because at no point and nowhere could Alden ever said that me and him had a conversation about joining the opposition. And matter of fact, why would I want to join the opposition if I'm a part of the government to start off with? You know, it doesn't make any sense.
It is puzzling. And I must tell you, you know, we've heard a lot of rumors and so forth floating around, to be honest. And, you know, I know, and you may not want to go too deep into this, but I know that during the election, you were being courted by the progressives heavily. So you were one of those people, Isaac and a few others. They were kind of hedging their bets because despite the fact, and they said it during their press conference, which we'll unpack here in a minute, that everybody that ran with them got back into office, well, except Austin. Well, all of the other people that they had running with them didn't get in. So anyone who said that they were part of, what were they calling themselves during the election again? Does anybody remember?
I have no clue.
It wasn't coalition. It was some other term that they were using, progressives, something or another.
The alliance or something like that.
Yes, right. And anyone who ran on that platform that wasn't already in did not get in. So I'm not quite so sure why Alden thinks that they were successful in the election, but that's kind of what he was implying. And so, you know, I know that you were one of those people that they were in talks with, that if they got in and didn't get a majority, that they were willing to work with, you know, a lot of different people. Now, I also know for a fact that you were very keen to listen to the people of the Cayman Islands, especially during the protests, where the people basically said, they've had 12 years. How much more do they want? How much more do they need? We need some new blood in there, and we need a new group and some new leadership. They've seemed to have found a difficult time accepting that. So aside from the earlier discussions that you may have had with them, have you had any discussions with the progressives in more recent times, like in the last month or two?
Sandy, let me just start back with what Alden said first. I have never had any conversation with Alden about joining the opposition, joining the progressive, or anything like that. So, a week before all of this happened, I was called by Mr. Hugh one morning and I was under the opinion that we were going to look at his areas of that he wanted to have some work done. And when it was so early in the morning that when I was actually still in Northside, and I told Mr. Hugh that I was going to be in town in about 45 minutes. He did tell me, he said, okay, well, I can meet him at his office. I made the premier was well aware that I was going to meet Mr. Hugh. I told him when I got to his office, when I got about 10 minutes away to call to find out where he was, he told me to pull around the backside of his office. And I said, well, Mr. Hugh, I don't need to pull around the backside of the office because I'm not hiding to do anything. And he said, okay, well, you can pull up in the front. Now, the day before that, Mr. Hugh and Sir Alden McLaughlin had actually said that there were things in their districts that they wanted to see done. And that if there was stuff that calming measures that they wanted to see done in Marina Drive, and Mr. Hugh had other things that he wanted to see done in his area. And if I didn't mind coming out with them to take a look at these areas to see how we could actually get these stuff done. Now, that's when I went to Mr. Hugh, I was under the impression that that was what it was all about until when I got there. We had about a 5-minute conversation, it was about joining the opposition. And at that point, I told him there was nothing there for me to join. There wasn't no reason. I mean, what was the reason for me leaving to get the same position that I'm going to be getting now? And being part of the progressive, they wanted you to become part of the progressive. At the time, they were telling me that there was all kind of talks that, oh, well, the premier is talking to us and this one's talking to us too. And I said, well, okay. I left there. I came straight back to the government building, spoke to the premier, told the premier exactly. At that time, Joey actually told me that they were bringing this no confidence vote in the government at the same time. I came straight back. I told the premier, I said, Premier, just came from by seeing Joey, and this was what it was all about. And he told me that they were bringing this no confidence vote. That is the truth. And that is the only person that has ever contacted me about having any conversation with him. And I was misled to get to their office by thinking that it was about other works that were going to be there. By the conversation didn't last more than 5 to 10 minutes, and I was out of there. Now, I know a lot of people may think that that we have that the PACT government is based on a lot of opposition. I mean, a lot of different minded people because they're, everybody was an independent person, so they come in. But you know what, Sandy, I kind of like that because you know what, everybody voices their opinion on all topics. It's not it's not everything that we're going to agree on. But the good thing is that we're always reminded that we're here for the people and we work together as a team. And no matter what the outcomes are, we never carry our difference on to other topics. We deliver, we sit there, we argue on this topic, and we get it right, and we make sure that what we're doing is for what's best for the people at all times, and we're getting things done. And these are the distractions that the progressive come out and try to put in the roadblocks. I mean, it's just a waste of the people's time. I mean, because we have a lot of things to get done for the people, and I was just disgusted by them last Friday not showing up to the house because, if that was anybody else, if they're working for anyone else, they would have probably been fired that day. And they don't realize that it's the people that they're working for. You don't just get to walk out and just say that you're not going to come to work.
Yes.
And it's not only that you guys were pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing and saying that you wanted things done. You wanted to get the house. We went down to the house. There's a lot of stuff that we have to get done. They got to remember that, they're saying, that we're not having as much time down in the house as we should have. But we have a country that has to run that just coming out of COVID and everything else that there was nothing left behind for the premier to follow. I can testify to that. It was like a blank sheet. It was like just thrown in the line. Then you either learn or you had to fight for yourself to get out of there. And I applaud the premier. He, there's decisions that at times that he had to make. And I think that we've done the right things coming out of COVID. Again, I think, and I really do think this little shenanigan that they played on Friday just brought the PACT government stronger together. If they want to say that that's what they did, well, maybe.
I know they were taking credit for all sorts of stuff. Like I said, we'll unpack it in a minute, but yes, they want to take credit for everything.
I can't.
So you can dispel the rumor then that you were not in talks with them about forming a government. They tried to trick you a little bit.
Absolutely not. I have nothing to do with them in forming any government. And let me tell you something, Sandy. If I was going to even talk to them about forming, it wouldn't be Sir Alden I would be talking to. I wouldn't talk to him. If I was
that
going
goes
to
to
talk
show
to
you who's still in power. Like the reason he said
know,
that.
We know who's in power. Why go to the second man down the podium when you can go to the top man up at the very top if you want to talk to somebody? So we know Alden has to carry the information back up to him anyhow. So why?
Yeah. Well, we know Alden's actually the one in the power. He's the puppet master. But we appreciate you setting the record straight. I mean, and for the record, just so that all of our listeners know, we did reach out to all of the individuals whose names were mentioned, and pretty much no one is willing to admit talking to the PACT, the Progressives government, which I think is insightful for sure now. But even if they were speaking to them, they're certainly not going to admit it now, which I mean, I think the Progressives needs to really give it a break. But what are your hopes now? The Progressives has said that they're not going to work this week. They're not coming to the Legislative Assembly. I know that you guys are obviously there and you have a lot of work to do. What's going to be your focus for the rest of this week and in months to come?
Well, I mean, if they don't show up today, they don't show up tomorrow. Well, they have, they have a few questions on the table that I'm supposed to answer for them. I don't know how that's going to go. Who's going to call the questions out for them? But what it is, what it is. We have a lot of bills going forward that we need to get dealt with. This, I can say that I don't know how previous governments run, but I've known this government is very deep into work, and we're always busy doing work, and we're committed to making sure that we get the people's work done together. And sometimes I just look at it as a waste of the people's time to have to go down there and no one on the opposite side shows up to actually, even look at debating these bills, or they put these questions forward, and then now there's not going to be anyone there for them. So it's going to be interesting to see. It's going to be the first parliament I'm going through without the opposition or anyone on that side to see how it actually works out. But we just need to get over this huddle and get back to the people's business and get things going.
All right. Well, we certainly appreciate you coming on the program. Let's just take a few comments this morning from our listeners. The Real Deal says, that's an old PPM trick, spread rumors and sow seeds of discontent, shaking the tree to see what drops, creating discontent and confusion. I mean, I can see that that's part of the ploy. Anthony says, kudos to Minister Jay for facing CMR with all of this that was being said. Man right there. Lulu, good morning, says we're speaking too much. Lulu, behave. Johan says Sandra's BFFs at PPM playing plenty Politriks in the quest for power at any cost. Why all lies as grown people? Miss Dorothy, good morning to you. Pleasant good morning to Miss Teresa. And Miss Emma is here, and Benji is also joining us. So over 323 people on the live stream, tons more listening on Bobo 89.1 FM, 9239. Hold on now. COVID brain, 92, what's the number? Hold on, let me pull it up. Hold on, 936-2626. There we go. If you'd like to join the conversation, it's 936 Bobo if you have a question for the minister. So he is categorically denied being in any substantial talks. He did say, though, that they tried to trick him. Joey tried to bring him to the table. Now, Joey's the deputy, Progressive's deputy, what is he? Deputy leader.
Deputy leader, yeah.
Of the opposition, yes. So he tried to bring him to the table. And it is a curious point to me, and it's something that I have said before, is I noticed they've tried a couple tactics. First of all, like you said, what is it that you're going to gain? You're not going to be in a better position if you go with the Progressives government, right? You're going to probably get the same thing that you have now. But some other people, I could understand logically why they would approach other people. But interestingly enough, they've also approached the premier, although they're trying to spin it and saying that he approached them.
I've heard all kind of approaches and all kind of things has been going on. At one point in time, I just said, you know what, I was just going. It was so much hearsay going on. I just actually sat back and said, you know what, we'll wait till we go to the house and we see what happens. Yeah. But I just definitely knew I had confidence in my team that we were going to actually stay together, and I didn't. Hearing that the premier actually that was talks with them, I think was just another spin for them to try to put out there to try to see how they could put separations amongst the PACT group. But I think, the PACT demonstrated on Friday that we're stronger than what they done. Definitely we're better. We're more professional at the things that we do, how we handle our stuff. And I can definitely tell you we're actually motivated to move the country forward and get things done in the right way. And there's going to be a lot more that's going to be probably coming out very shortly. But the premier will actually be announcing a lot more things down the road as we go along, because I can tell you, I've never seen a group of people that are like-minded and want to work for the betterment of this country like the PACT does. Okay.
All right. Well, let's leave it there, Minister. We know you've got a full day ahead of you as you head into Parliament today. So good luck to you. You've got a number of really interesting bills that we're looking forward to hear more about. We're going to be telling our listeners later on this morning what some of those are as well.
Yes.
All right.
All right. Thank you. You all have a good day. Take care of that COVID.
Okay, thanks very much.
Keep it to yourself.
Yes, I know, right? That's the trick. So again, folks, that's the Honorable J.E. Banks joining us this morning, saying that essentially the progressives government is a bunch of tricksters. Well, kaboom! Where's that button again? We're going to be talking about them. And Selvin has a question about what exactly did they state as their reason for not attending Parliament. So let's break it down. First of all, I want to encourage everyone who's listening to the program today to please be reminded that there is a submission deadline that's coming up for nominations for National Heroes Day. Folks, this is really, really an important one for sure, because it's all about not-for-profit organizations. Now, you can't go wrong with people who volunteer, and it's all about volunteerism and, you know, individuals who do things in life to try to help other people, and they should be applauded and they should be recognized. So they have four actually categories. There's the early pioneers category, which is an individual who's alive or deceased, who's been the founder of an exceptional contributor to the development of voluntary service in the Cayman Islands prior to 1980. Then they have the pioneers category, which is an individual who's made an exceptional contribution for 20 plus years to voluntary services in their role, impact, reach, engagement, and inspiration in the Cayman Islands. You've got the philanthropist category, which is an individual who's made monetary donations to not-for-profit organizations in the Cayman Islands exceeding $1 million KYD. And then you also have charitable services, which is any not-for-profit organization that has made an exceptional contribution to the development, enhancement, safety, and well-being of the community in the Cayman Islands for 20 plus years. So the nomination deadline is coming up the 16th of October, so you don't have a whole lot of time, and it's fairly straightforward. The link is available on the website, but here's a word from people who volunteer about why they volunteer and why it's so incredibly important.
I love volunteering because it enables me to support my community. As a member of Rotary Central Cayman Islands, we connect people, we support our community, and we fund various local sustainable projects.
I encourage you to nominate because volunteerism is Cayman kind. Nominate your hero on gov.ky/YSCH and click Nominate for NHD.
All right, folks. So again, you know, why not? That is the Ministry of Youth, Sports, Culture, and Heritage. So please go ahead and check it out. The web address, again, is gov.ky/YSCH. Yes? And if you have any questions, you can contact 244-2424, and they'll be happy to assist you with any questions. So National Heroes Day coming up again soon next year. So go on out and nominate someone. Beautiful. All right, folks. So listen, let's unpack what happened on Friday. I must tell you, I was taken aback and surprised when, first of all, I was like, why are they running late? I mean, let's get started here. We're all waiting for the excitement. Good morning, Miss Dawn. We were excited to see what was going on. Like I said, I was nursing a headache, but I was still here for it. Because I don't get to not show up to work just because I have a headache or COVID. It's like, get up, honey child. You got bills to pay. You better go to work. So I'm sitting there going, what's the holdup? Why aren't you guys getting started? And then all of a sudden I started getting messages, bloop, 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 ping, 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 ping. Opposition isn't here. And I said, what do you mean the opposition isn't here? What does that mean? They're a no-show. Not a single member of the opposition is there. And I thought, you guys have got to be kidding. If you're watching the live show on Friday, I was like, huh? It took my brain a minute to process what people were saying to me. And I said, what do you mean they're not there? They've boycotted it. They've not showed up. And of course, they didn't bother to tell anyone, talking about rudeness, they didn't bother telling anyone that they were not coming. And so I thought, oh, okay then. So that's exactly what they did. No show. So here we are now having to unpack and understand exactly what happened. So apparently, y'all know me already. I had to post a few things online about them not being there because I was in such a state of shock. I was beginning to wonder, although I didn't know I was COVID positive, I was beginning to wonder if something was really going on. And so I thought to myself, wow, this is kind of crazy, like next level crazy. Like, who doesn't show up to work? This is, after all, their jobs. And it's not like they're in Parliament a lot. Like, you don't just boycott Parliament. I'm just like, come on, like that. Huh? So my brain was trying to process exactly what their angle was and who was giving them this really bad advice, that it was a good idea to protest Parliament. And so they then had a press conference that afternoon. So turns out people were sending me pictures of them at the Progressives office. And they were all there just like hanging out, right? When they should have been in Parliament. So I thought to myself, okay, this is interesting. I'm still not entirely understanding their logic. They had a press conference. You know them already, child. They are so salty. Like, I don't, they're unprofessional at best. At worst, they're just, I don't even know. So they, of course, didn't invite us to the press conference. I understand that they invited, I guess, the Compass and CNS, and that's all that showed up to the press conference. I don't know if they invited the other publication. What's his name again? Mr. Ralph. I'm not sure if they invited him or not, to be honest. But again, this wasn't planned. You see, now you got to understand how people do these things, because if this boycott was well thought out and planned in advance, and they're taking advice from their Bayesian political strategist, who's supposed to be the best in the Caribbean, and she's giving them all this salient advice, wouldn't it have made sense for them to simply say in advance, we're boycotting it and here's why? And then secondly, we have a press conference scheduled. Like, all of it was very last minute. Like, the press conference was scheduled and put up after the fact sort of thing, after they realized that, oh, wow, it looks like people are not going to be happy that we've actually not shown up. And I am scratching my head, dumbfounded, going, what did you think people were going to do? Like, you actually thought that people were going to be happy about you not showing up and representing them when you're making the kind of money that you're making? It really begs the question how logical the Progressives actually are. I mean, they think that they're God's gift to the people of the Cayman Islands as it, as it relates to politics. But I am really beginning to wonder if they have lost the plot entirely. Let's dissect it. Okay. So first of all, their press conference. We're going to go through it bit by bit. And I want you guys to pay very, very close attention to what they say and what they do. And then we're going to talk facts. So here we go. This is Friday afternoon. Let me tell you the time that they actually had this press conference. And again, doesn't seem like it was planned. No advance notice. I posted it on social media at the last minute, asked people to come out. They didn't even have time to organize proper audio. Now, I don't know who they put in charge of the audio, honey child, but what I can tell you is apparently the audio was so bad that they couldn't hear the reporters, and the reporters were trying to ask very good, I must say, and salient questions that they were unable to hear. And they were like, oh, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. Okay, so yeah. So that happened. All right, so here we go. And keep in mind now, they knew that they're one of the reasons they claim is because Mr. Bush is still sitting in the speaker chair, but they knew that that motion was turned down, by the way, and they still proceeded with this vote of no confidence. Speaking of which, I do need to call, maybe we should call Mr. Macfield first. Hold on. Let's see if Steve Macfield is awake. We tried calling him on Friday because he does have something important for us to say. Folks, right is right and wrong is wrong. And the two shall never really cross paths, right? You're either right or you're wrong in most things in life. There is not always a middle ground. And so when I was speaking to Steve Macfield on I think that would have been Thursday, about the deputy speaker rejecting the motion. He did have some very interesting comments to say about that. And I leave these comments up to Dr. Steve, because in my opinion, he's much wiser than me when it comes to parliamentary procedure. And so let us give him a call to see if he's available this morning. Because on Friday, he was actually, I think, over at Radio Cayman. But let's catch him before he gets too busy. It's important for him to explain this to the people.
You have reached.
Right. So maybe he's busy already. Get some people on it to try to get him. He might actually be over there already. I'm not really sure what his schedule is. But anyway, we will all right, so we'll see if we can get a hold of him. Okay, so yes, he has some really interesting things, and the gist of what he says, but of course he's gonna do a much better job of explaining it than I can, is that basically Kathy did not have the authorization to turn down their request, not as deputy speaker. And that is interesting, and it is what it is. If she doesn't have, if there's nothing in a standing order or the Constitution that allows her to do it, then it shouldn't have been done. And it's as simple as that. I don't care what side she's on. But he's going to explain why he says that is the case. And I do want him to give a full explanation of that. But let's move on. We'll come back to that point as soon as we can actually get in contact with him. So let's listen to what the progressives had to say.
Good afternoon, members of the media. Thank you for joining us this afternoon for this press conference. I'm grateful this afternoon to have all the fellow members of the opposition. We are all here to participate in this news conference. And we're here with you to speak about the reasons why we were collectively absent, I should say, from Parliament this morning as it commenced its business. But over the past week, the entire country has witnessed firsthand what can be considered a government that has become increasingly desperate and heavy-handed and willing to ignore proper procedures.
All right, let me stop right there, honey. Chill. Because they've not gotten very far. And already I thought to myself, ooh, are they describing themselves? A government that has become increasingly desperate and not willing to follow proper procedure. That sounds just like the progressives. Let's continue.
And rules. The opposition, we are concerned that the Speaker has resigned and is expecting to continue to chair and is being enabled to do so.
All right, stick a pin. So when they talk about desperation, ooh la la, and quite frankly, a political group who doesn't follow proper procedure, I thought, who wrote this speech for you? Because whoever wrote this must have forgotten your continued desperation. That's why we're even having this discussion this morning. And your complete lack of following proper procedure. Let's pull it back a minute. Do you guys remember during the last, let me just put this in here. I got to find the actual article. You guys remember when McKeever did what he did, assaulting the bar manager, right? Oh, Lord, the progressives did and said nothing. So their hypocrisy is at the highest level right now. They should be keynote speakers at the University of Hypocrites. That's where they should be. The president, the vice president, the, chair of every single department. Because we're going to dissect, how is it now that they have found their morality? How does that work exactly? Because I'm a little bit confused in the world of politics. This is the pot calling the kettle black and blackest and blacker. But let's talk about it. February of 2020, after the assault happened, there was this big to-do. Why isn't the progressive government doing something about Mr. Bush? And they hesitated and they hoed and they hummed and they, and most of them said nothing. But February the 26th, according to Alden McLaughlin, right? McKeeva Bush was taken an immediate leave of absence from his position of Speaker of the Legislative Assembly, as it was called at the time, following an admitted assault. I want y'all to keep that little nugget in your head, folks, because we're going to come back to it. An admitted assault, because remember his so-called apology letter where he apologized and claimed that, yes, he did it. But, blaming his deceased daughter and deceased mama and this one and that one and blah, blah, blah. Hold on to that thought. Their response, and the only thing they could do, was put him on a leave of absence. What did they just say about following correct procedure? Because good old Mr. Ezra Miller, bless his heart, when it comes to calling into question wrongdoing, he said, hold on, this leave of absence, he said it February 27th, the very next day, is completely unconstitutional. Oh, wow. Are you kidding? No, we're not kidding. Mr. Miller said, on what basis, this is his statement he issued, he said, while the Premier's decision to grant the Speaker a leave of absence may be an acceptable political solution to some, I cannot subscribe to leave of absence unless the following questions are satisfactorily answered. Number one, who has granted the Speaker a leave of absence? Surely the Speaker cannot grant himself a leave of absence. What section of the Cayman Islands Constitution Order 2009, aka the Constitution, authorizes or enables anyone to grant the Speaker of leave of absence? He said there's also number three, many other undisclosed details about this leave of absence that we need to know about. What are the terms and conditions? What's the period of the leave? The date of commencement? The kind of professional help that supposedly he was getting at the time? Who will act in his absence? Similarly, no details have previously been disclosed on his visit to the UK to represent the Cayman Islands in his role as Speaker. Now, he said he's reviewed the Constitution. He even went back. He said there's no such thing in the Constitution about this leave of absence. He even went to the Attorney General, as I recall at the time, to try to get some advice on where on earth the progressives would be getting this from to allow this. Now, these are the same people who are now sitting down talking about proper procedure. Y'all feel me when I say that the progressives is missing a lot of logic in their diatribe that they try to push on the people of the Cayman Islands. It makes no sense. 1 minute they say one thing because it suits them. The next minute they say something else because it suits them. The people of this country deserve individuals who can at least, at the very minimum, keep on track with what they're saying. So now you're accusing this government, and might I say, no foundation, right? There's nothing that prohibits you from resigning with notice. So what McKeeva has done is he has tendered his resignation and said, I'm going to essentially give notice until the end of November. Nowhere does it say that that cannot be done. He did the notice in accordance with parliamentary procedure, sent it to the Clerk of Parliament, boom, it's done. Oh, that goes against, he should step down right away. Where does it say that he has to step down right away? Mind you, for the record, let me be very, very clear. I'm in agreement with them. I would have preferred for him to step down right away. That would have been the preference. But when y'all know what you're dealing with Mac, you have to understand that this man not easy. Okay? And at the end of the day, even getting him to resign with notice must have been quite a feat. But at least he has resigned. It is now formal and he will be out of there. And after this week, he's not going to be sitting in Parliament anymore because there will not be any other hearings until probably about December, and he will be gone by then. Now continue to listen to their duplicitousness and how stupid they must think we all are. Continue.
By the government. Regardless of any purportedly effective date, the fact is that Mr. Bush has resigned as Speaker and must demit the chair immediately. And the Deputy Speaker sit as the presiding officer as required by Section 4(1)(b) of the Standing Orders. I would also add that not only have they banded together to prevent a motion of lack of confidence in the Speaker from being debated, but they have done so on a false premise. This refusal of a valid motion is inexcusable. It's a violation of all democratic principles of Parliament, and it is a stifling of the voice of the opposition. I regret to say that under this government, we are rapidly becoming a kangaroo parliament. We take our oath seriously, and we swore to.
Now you cannot be no. Kangaroo parliament? Okay, let me tell you what I consider kangaroo parliaments in zoology and the most ridiculous. A group of individuals who after 18 months coming into 2 years cannot yet come to terms with the fact that they have lost the election. And they will do everything in their power to unseat this current government. That's what this is really all about. Make no bones about it. This has nothing to do with McKeeva Bush still sitting there. That is the narrative that they want to feed you because they think that that sounds better than the truth. The truth is, y'all want to hear the truth? Listen up now. The truth is, they even had the audacity to reach out to McKeeva Bush himself. Hello. Let me repeat that for you in case you missed it. During all this latest shenanigans right here, right? They reached out to McKeeva Bush and said, oh, don't take it personal. What do you care? If you are standing on a position of morality and of doing the right thing legislatively, why do you care if McKeeva takes it personal or not? But you know why they call him? Because they might still need him while they were doing their kangaroo, gorilla, horse trading in the background. That's the truth. They are trying to remain on Mac's good side. You see the nastiness and duplicity with which these people operate? Here, Johan, but you two lie. You sit there. Ask McKeeva. I trust McKeeva with certain things more than I trust them. Yes, they were still calling the man cowtailing. But yet you want to take this very public position that, oh, you shouldn't even be sitting there. If that's your position, that's your position. But what are you calling the man for? Huh? What are you calling him trying to pretend like you still his friend just in case you need him? Johan says we should call McKeeva live and direct. Y'all want to call Mac? Let's see if he'll answer the phone this morning. Mr. Bush, let me see. McKeeva, look up his numbers, honey child. I wonder if he blocked me. He might have blocked me. Because y'all know the man's salty as heck. Let's see. This is his parliamentary number, his government issued number, so he should answer this one. Let's see. The truth shall set you free. I answered that one. Let's try the next number. He might still be sleeping or getting ready for Parliament this morning. Let's try his other number. Yes, they called the man. You sit there. Not answering this morning. Maybe he's in the shower. All right, we'll get back to him if we can. That's okay. But I'm telling y'all facts. Yes, they picked up the phone and called him. Okay, let's continue listening to the shenanigans.
Serve the people of the Cayman Islands in the House of Parliament. We would be abdicating our duty to the country to participate in the sham that today's meeting of Parliament has become. And so as an opposition, we have collectively decided that we will not participate in Parliament with Speaker Bush as the presiding officer. With that short statement, members of the media, I will open this press conference up to your questions.
Yeah, Roy, are you saying that you won't participate in any of this session then, while Mr. Bush is still the speaker? It's expected to be, I guess, this whole raft of legislation that's coming up next week as well.
Yeah, yes, James, that's exactly what we are saying, that as long as he remains in the chair, we will not participate in Parliament. We believe it would be really a disservice to people of the Cayman Islands, particularly women.
Wow.
To continue to support his
particularly women
in the chair of the Parliament.
Woo! Hold on. Let me just pull that out 1 second. Now, this is where this gets interesting, particularly women. When McKeeva Bush assaulted and beat a woman, and if you've not seen the video, please go watch the video. He pulled this woman by the hair. He threw her around like a rag doll. I don't care what y'all claim you saw, that, oh, maybe she was trying to like push him down or something. Listen, he took tubs and threw at the woman's head. Had she not had good enough reflexes, she probably would have had a head concussion. The woman had serious physical injuries, not to mention the psychological injuries and the PTSD. She was bruised and battered. He had to compensate her $5,000 for her medical bills. Y'all want to come again? This same government, this so-called PACT, not PACT, my apologies. Oh, y'all need to change these names. They're too close together. The same progressive group of individuals, the previous government, right, sat by and said nothing and did nothing. Now, while I'm on this point, let me bring this back in. I'm going to fast forward it all the way to the end because
positions of any government.
I cannot believe that Barbara Bush, oh, Barbara, as much as I like you, you seem to have a way of disappointing me as a female representative. The press conference, we're going to go back and forth a little bit, almost over. And then Barbara, who sat there quiet the entire time, decides to open her mouth. And God knows, I wish that she hadn't. I wish that she had remained silent. You know the saying about sometimes silence is golden? And what you must do is don't open your mouth and remove doubt about your stupidity. Oh, Barbara. This was one of those moments where I was thinking to myself, girl, have nothing to say. Because she had the audacity to call upon the women MPs. Now, listen to her statement. Let me just find this segment here.
And Wendy and James,
yes,
I would just like to say, as a woman or a lady parliamentarian, I feel very uncomfortable sitting in Parliament today with Mr. Bush in that speaker chair. Right. And I would like to challenge those three women parliamentarians that are in government to let this country know how they are going to sit there today based on the disrespect that Mr. Bush has for the women of this country.
Wow. So, excuse me. Hold on.
No reason for him to.
What has changed? Disrespect for women of this country. Yes, the man is disrespectful. That is nothing new. But before, the man assaulted a woman physically, admitted to the assault in an apology letter, okay? Was charged, arrested, charged, went months and months and months with this case back and forth, eventually pled guilty to 3 common assault charges and 1 disorderly conduct. And Barbara, what's Barbara's middle name? Whatever Conley, never opened her mouth once. Are y'all with me? This is a woman who had nothing to say after a serious assault. What? Yes. How could she even have the audacity? Barbara Elizabeth Connolly, how could you have the audacity to sit there now and talk about you're calling out other women MPs, other female MPs? Have you lost your mind? She must have. Because December the 3rd of 2020, almost 2 years ago, I sat here on this. Now, we weren't on radio then, but don't worry, we got the recording. And I called out every single MP, but particularly aggrieved by the women like Barbara, who sat there and said not a single word. I'm sorry, but your newfound morality has no place up in this church, honey child. You get to sit in the back of the pews, all the way in the back. Listen to what I had to say
against her, and now obviously this was the worst. And so she'd really had enough. And I think it just...
Folks, this is December the 3rd of 2020. What is today's date? What are we in now? October the 10th of 2022. Almost 2 years later. Listen very carefully.
Culminated for him that night. I don't know if it really was because he thinks that she invites lesbians to come out to the facility. Customers are customers, folks. I mean, I wouldn't care if they're lesbians or not, if they're paying their bills. And let's be honest, a lot of gay people have a good disposable income to spend their money. And, you know, if they're at an establishment that your son has a interest in, they're spending their money like everybody else. Shouldn't you be happy if the bar is making money? Or like, I don't even get why that would be the catalyst to his issue with her and why she was assaulted in such a violent manner, just because she supposedly allows lesbians to come to Coral Beach. That this was not her lesbian hangout, is what he said. So it's a very peculiar reason. I mean, do men get upset when they see lesbians hanging out? Is it because, oh, I can't have access to that woman? Or, you know, there's too many lesbians here, which means there's not enough of anybody else for me to maybe have interest in me? I don't know. Cece says the help he needs is to be jailed and throw away the key. Summer shares that obviously I feel very passionate about this. I'm going to try to simmer down. It makes my blood boil. West Bay for life. What? Summer LaRue, you're a West Bay? You're a Bay? Mess with you, girl. But yes, there are a lot of people who, you know, get very upset hearing that a woman was assaulted in such a very public way. I mean, imagine how she feels being the manager at this facility. Your staff, the kitchen help, the busboys, whoever, had to literally come and pry you from the arms of the Speaker of the House and rescue you because you were being violently assaulted. And I hate to really think how this would have ended had she not had any help there. My God, it's just deplorable. So Adolfo shares that chances are he attempted to get fresh with her and she rebuked him. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if any of that went down. What I do know is that This is really, really shocking. And I have to tell you, when I saw the footage of the kitchen incident, it's serious. I wish somehow that I could actually get a copy of that and show you guys exactly how serious that was, because I think a lot of people will tend to downplay this and not understand the magnitude of what was going on. But it looks pretty bad. I don't know what that comment is, Cindy. She wouldn't have a threesome. Oh, okay. Behave yourself. Amanda says his ego is huge. If he was genuinely remorseful, he would have retired and sloped away somewhere. But no, he wants a notoriety, which is sickening. Now, having said that, did you guys catch the video today? So we took our break at lunch after like 1 o'clock. And of course, media is outside waiting for him to come out. So the lawyers come out first. His lawyer, which
I'm just going to fast forward this a little bit because I feel like I'm still a little bit off of where I was talking about the female MPs. Let me just fast forward it.
Picture in my head. But it basically says to me, and you guys can help me if your interpretation is different of this, that they would do anything to form the government.
Yep.
Have put Mr. Like I said.
Hello. Does this sound familiar? December 3rd, 2020 was saying the exact same thing about this progressive group. They would do anything to form the government, anything. And here we are almost 2 years later saying the exact same words. Folks, one thing hasn't changed about them is their lust that cannot be contained for power. It was true then, even before the election, and it remains true now.
When you think about it, for someone to say that they would eat their own vomit or they would swallow their own vomit, it's not a very pleasant picture in my head. Mm-hmm. But it basically says to me, and you guys can help me if your interpretation is different of this, that they would do anything to form the government, to have put Mr. like I said, McLaughlin back in power as premier. And there was, I always say there's no honor amongst thieves. And when I say that about politicians, I'm not saying that literally they're thieves, although some of them probably are. But what I am saying is that at the end of the day, it's shocking that they are prepared to do whatever it takes in the name of whatever to get what they want. And all they want is power. It's not even like, you want something like you're negotiating something that is going to benefit the people of this country. You just want to be in that position of power, to have 2 terms as premier of the Cayman Islands. And so to me, it is a sad indictment, I think, on this entire country. It's a poor reflection on us that this coalition government has by and large remained silent. Let us remember that this coalition government comprises 3 women. We have Ms. Barbara Bush, who sits on the backbench, but part of the government. We have Juliana O'Connor Connolly, the representative for Cayman BRAC, who's a woman, a lawyer, a Christian, she has said. And she's also a minister. Now, I hope Women's Affairs doesn't fall under her, but she's an education minister. I'm sure there are young people in, the schools who might look up to her as someone who's respectable and, that they should, they might want to be like someday. And this is a woman who has not lent her voice to this issue at all. I got a problem with that. Then we have Ms. Tara Rivers, who's also well-educated, also an attorney. She is in charge of financial services. She's a young mother. She has a son, I believe. And she's the youngest of the women in the Legislative Assembly. So you think that she would be a bit more progressive, literally. And once again, not a single comment, nothing about the situation. Radio silence. How can you accept this? How can you accept a man beating a woman, assaulting her on 3 separate occasions that night, and you not be appalled by this and you not speak out about this to just say that, listen, I can't agree with a woman being assaulted under any circumstances, but a manager at a facility that your son has part ownership in is egregious in a number of different ways. A public assault is so embarrassing for her It hurt her physically. I'm sure she's traumatized emotionally and mentally. And to not address that at all says a lot about your character and who you are. And like I said, this isn't a question of whether you like Mr. Bush or whether you don't like him. Set that aside and look at this as objectively as you possibly can. This is really bad, folks. And then I reflect even on my own situation, which I'm in court next week. Is it Thursday? Let me see. When's the 10th? Yeah, a week from today. I'll be back in court. And here's a demon could be in this position, or her grandchildren could be in this position. And all the things that they have done. And supposedly they produce hundreds of references. I mean, I want to know exactly how many references because I had 65. And to the best of my knowledge, that's probably a record. Now, if he got hundreds, I want to see them hundreds. That was probably just an exaggeration legal talk by his representative. But you see why anybody with sense would be concerned about this? And then we try to excuse the behavior by claiming that she spat at him or she somehow assaulted him. And that's okay. Juliana O'Connor Conley. I'm pretty sure the Bible does not permit a man to beat his wife or to assault other people. That has to be against some biblical code. Miss Barbara Connolly. She's a mother. She's got female children. You know, she's got grandchildren. I'm sure she could envision that one day her children could be in this position or her grandchildren could be in this position. And if you don't speak up for other people, I mean, what do? You wait until it's your turn and then you think, okay, now I can speak up. Tara Rivers. All of the men. Alden McLaughlin. Dwayne Seymour. Like I said, Mr. McTaggart did issue some sort of a statement. Who else do we have? Who else is in the government? Eugene. Let's just forget about Mr. Eugene. Like, honestly, that man don't speak about nothing, so I'm not surprised. That doesn't shock me. We did see that Bernie Bush stepped away from that grouping because of, again, you know, their position on at least not removing him as Speaker of the House. Who else is in the government? Joey Hugh. Has Mr. Joey had anything to say about this? Not a word. Nothing.
All right, folks, let me pause that there. So that is December the 3rd of 2020. Yeah. Barbara, almost 2 years later, has found her voice to say that, oh, she's calling on the women. Somebody says she can't even get the women straight because there's more than 3. There's actually 4 women. But here we go. You know, all of a sudden, she's calling on the women to speak up. Barbara Elizabeth Connolly, where was your voice when it counted? It is so much easier now that the spotlight is not on you to speak up about violence against women. To be clear, in this instance, Mr. Bush has not yet been arrested. He's not yet been charged with anything. The day that I was having that show talking about the fact that they've not spoken up, this was after multiple protests in the community, which I heard that apparently the progressives were trying to call people last week to see if anybody would go out there and protest now. They couldn't find anybody. You go figure, right? The time that you needed to speak up and be counted has passed. And now you have the audacity to be able to sit back and talk about you are what was the wording? What did Barbara just say? That she's what?
And so we were
sitting in Parliament today with Mr. Bush in that speaker chair.
Really?
And I would like to challenge those 3 women parliamentarians that are in government to let this country know how they are going to sit there today.
Oh my God.
Based on the disrespect that Mr. Bush has for the women of this country.
You know, I'm going to give Barbara the benefit of the doubt because Lord knows we need something. She is in a situation that I actually do not envy because none of the progressive members value Barbara. And I'm not saying that she's bringing a whole lot to the table, but she still brings them a seat in the District of Georgetown. They don't value her opinion. They use her when it's convenient to do so, right? She's afraid to speak up, evidently. I mean, poor thing, or she shakes and shivers every time she has to speak. They have not embraced her as they should. And she is the lone woman in that group full of nothing but testosterone. And they use her in every which way possible. Believe me when I tell you. So I could get that she is probably feeling a sense of, you know, maybe she's intimidated a little bit by them. She's afraid. But your best thing would have just been to remain silent. Say nothing at all. Because you said nothing when it mattered the most. So Charles is late. He says that, did I just hear you say? Oh, my apologies. Charles said, did I just hear you say that you trust Mr. Bush? No, Charles, you didn't hear me say that. What I actually said is that on certain things, I would find Mr. Bush to be more believable than the progressives. There's a big difference, right? I know for a fact, I didn't get it from Mr. Bush, and it would be great if we could have got him on the phone. He could have said yay or nay, but I know for a fact that the progressives, Alden and the bunch, called McKeeva. That's not a question. There's certain things that I know, and that's one of those things that I know. Katsina says, wow, I would never want you as an enemy. I will always walk the line and say my prayer every day. Listen, honey child, this is not about enemies. I'm not an enemy with any of these people. They are my fellow Caymanians. They are being paid $11,000 plus per month to serve we, the people. This is about accountability. And when we get to the whole Miss Cayman fiasco, you'll understand what I mean. You have to be prepared to set aside friendships, allegiances, alliances, and just speak the truth. You cannot be of two mouths, of two tongues. That makes you a serpent. And that is not what we need representing the people of this country in any way, shape, or form. That is ultimately what this is about. Let's continue.
Really, a disservice to the people of the Cayman Islands, particularly women, to continue to support his remaining in the chair of the Parliament.
Okay. So do you not, I guess the flip side of that would be that it's obviously a service to the community for you to debate these fairly important legislation coming up next week.
James, I'm not able to hear your question at all.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Little bit better, so let's try and see if I can make it out, honestly.
Yeah, I guess the flip side.
Well, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not sure who they hired at the Progressives office there in charge of audio. Not sure if that was Austin, but please make sure next time that the leader can hear, because apparently he couldn't hear nothing, but Alden could hear better than him, which is interesting.
Of that point, though, is that there are fairly important pieces of legislation coming up. Do you not see it as part of your duty to be there in the House for that?
Well, my view is that to continue to sit there with him as in the chair, it really is, trying to think of the right word, would not be doing service to the people of the Cayman Islands. He has tendered his resignation. He should demit the chair and allow the deputy speaker to chair it. There's no reason for him to stay on, James, until November 30th.
Now, I want y'all to keep that in mind. They just said that there's no reason for him to stay on until November 30th. And I want you to hear what they say in a little bit about the deputy speaker, because again, even within the context of a 30-minute press conference, they can't even be consistent. Lord Jesus.
The Constitution and the standing orders speak adequately to that, in that there is the place for the deputy speaker, and he doesn't need to stay and sit on chair sessions of Parliament until they can find a new speaker. We have a deputy, and she should be taking that chair.
What would you say to kind of his argument that this is sub judice, that he's done nothing wrong, and that'll be proven over time?
I'm not sure I hear you. What?
Mr. Bush has argued that this whole matter is sub judice, and he hasn't actually done anything wrong. He's sort of claimed that this is opportunism on your part. What do you feel about that?
Not that he needs to deal with the point that he has resigned. And clearly he must accept that there is a problem. And so regardless of whether it is sub judice or not, he has resigned his post and should demit and allow the deputy speaker to step in.
Just a slightly separate point, the motion of no confidence that you brought in the government. Why are you not there to debate that today and to argue for that motion?
Let's get to the real meat and potatoes.
Why aren't we there debating the?
Well, I think I've heard your question, James, but the situation with that is that yesterday when we went into the business committee meeting, the government used their superiority of numbers to replace our motion of no confidence in the government, which had been filed well over a week ago, certainly at least a week before they filed their own motion of confidence.
All right, so let's be very, very clear here, right? Dwayne Seymour filed a motion of confidence in the government, which I never quite understood why that was necessary, to be honest. I mean, it seems like it's semantics to me, but nonetheless, he's filed it. Now, listen to what Mr. McTaggart just said, right? Let me just rewind this just a split second. Listen to what he just said.
Replace our motion of no confidence in the government.
He's saying that they replaced their motion of no confidence in the government with the one that Mr. Dwayne Seymour has put forward, but they didn't do that. What they did was they listed both on the order paper. It just so happened, and I can't tell you why the order paper is put in the particular order that it's put in. I don't know who decides that or whatever, but the motion for Mr. What's his name? The motion for Mr. Seymour, John, was listed first, and then theirs was listed. So this is really what this is all about. It didn't replace it. Their motion was still there and should have been debated by them. But folks, the crux of all of this, if we were to just get to the point without any further dialogue here, the progressives are upset because the people that they tried to flip, in the end, they could not flip and have enough people to vote in favor with them to try to overturn the government. That is why they didn't show up. That's all this is about. This has nothing to do with the speaker still sitting there. Someone just pointed out that Boris Johnson just resigned. Here's what somebody had to say, right? This person says the PACT members should move a motion to have the salaries of the MPs deducted for every day that they're not in attendance at Parliament and contribute that amount to the Pines retirement home. I'm sure that they won't object to that. People, please change the photo of the PPM members from your screen. Can't you see that Moses is asleep and he will soon be embarrassed, or he will get embarrassed? Prime Minister Boris Johnson resigned to be effective on a future date and continued to hold office until that date. Caller, I'm doing a lot of shuffling of papers. How can we help this morning?
My understanding is that morning. My understanding is that the business committee did change the order. Now, you can correct me on that if I'm wrong, but that's my understanding.
But who would have set the order before the business committee?
Well, it should come in the order in which it was received. So my understanding was that the motion of no confidence was received first. And then once that took place.
Is that anywhere in the standing orders or anywhere else that it has to be done that way?
Well, that's the practice, right? And that's fair, because the way that you conduct the business is one of fairness, unless it's a government motion, and government motion takes priority. That was what Mr. Seymour brought was not a government motion, that was a private member's motion. In other words, it was on equal standing with the motion that was brought by the opposition.
Here's what somebody just said to you. The business committee did not change the order, they set the order. So it's entirely up to them.
Okay. So let's go along with that. Let's just say that that's accurate. I'm not saying it is. For the purposes of this conversation, let's say that that's the case. The reason why you just asked the reason why does the order matter? Well,
no. What I'm asking, hold on, Denny. Might be a point of semantics, but I'm actually asking, why is he claiming that they have replaced their order with another one? That's not what they've done. Their order is still on the paper.
I don't know why he is saying that specifically.
Because that statement is a lie.
My understanding is that their motion was submitted first, which means it should be placed first, unless it's government business that takes priority. That's how it's normally done. But let's put that aside for a second. If you were a member of the government and you were debating a motion on the floor of the House, which one would you rather be debating? One in which you would have to get up and say where you actually stood on whether the speaker should be removed or not. Or, and keep in mind that when all the voices say yay or nay, the very first thing that's going to happen is somebody's going to ask for a division, which means that they're going to call your name specifically and ask you to reiterate what your position was, yes or no. Okay, so you would be on record against McKeever Bush saying, oh, I don't think he should go. That's not the position the government wanted to be in.
But that's not the motion that was even.
That's why the motion was brought, but to avoid that situation.
No. But the motion that the progressives had was a vote of no confidence against the government, not McKeever Bush. And we all knew going into Friday that they didn't have any numbers at all outside of their own 6 people.
And what should have been debated was whether the speaker be removed or not a motion of confidence. It should have been a motion of no confidence in the speaker.
Yes, but that's not what was there. So that still doesn't explain what they're saying and why they didn't show up.
No, they
but Denny, I want you to stick a pin and keep listening, because there's something that you have just said that we are going to come to. We're going to address something you just said. Keep listening, okay? All right, my dear. So let's keep listening. So his point here where he says, let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's not an absolute liar and he misspoke. But what he has just said, to be clear, Mr. McTaggart has just said is incorrect.
Which had been filed well over a week ago. Certainly at least a week before they filed their own motion of confidence. And they took and they replaced we were scheduled to be the first item of business.
Scheduled by whom? How can you be scheduled by anybody when it is that business committee the day before that sets the position paper, that actually sets the agenda? So I don't understand. And again, I'm no parliamentary expert here, but this seems very, very simple to me. If the business committee is the one who sets the order paper, how on earth can the progressives claim that their business was supposed to be first? According to who? I mean, the position, the paper is here. It's in black and white. It's super, super simple. Where are they getting that from?
On the agenda on Wednesday, when we were supposed to commence Parliament, and rightfully so. And they took it, and yesterday afternoon, they replaced it with their own motion of confidence in their government. Now, when you look at the difference between a motion of confidence and one of no confidence, there is very little consequences as a result of a motion of confidence in a government. They're singing their own praises. But our motion had real substance.
Oh, that's debatable.
A vote will have to be taken on people's positions with regard to their support for and their confidence in the government. And that, I think, is the real key or element of the whole debate here, is that one, in consuming dealing with their motion, the principles that we or arguments that we would likely make in opposing that motion are the same that we would be making when it came time to debate our own motion. So it would be a complete repeat, in my mind, of what would take place in debating the government motion of support for themselves with no consequences whatsoever.
Well, Dwayne Seymour spoke to the motion this morning, and he said the political mass just hadn't added up for you. He seemed to acknowledge, to be honest, that he'd been talking to you guys. I don't know, were you hopeful that you would get the numbers for some kind of regime change?
Mm-hmm. That's the real question.
James, the leader's not hearing your question.
And look
what I can swiftly answer.
Yes. Look at when Alden decides to step in when it comes to the horse trading bit, because he's an expert. So this question of again, the actual order of the private members motion, both of them are private members motions. I see someone else saying to me that let me just see the comment here, that what Denny's saying is correct, that the motion should have been tabled first. John was private. Let's be fair to all sides. They're both private members motions. There's no difference between the first motion and the second motion. In fact, allow me to show it to you. So the only argument that can be made is a question of, Denny, I'm not ready for you yet. I'm going to come back to you in a second, because there's something else that you just said that we do need to address. The only question that can be raised really is the question of the order. Now, if you look at the private members motion here, they went as far as, actually, this is where I would love to have Steve on the show. They went as far as saying private members motion number 2. So it's not like they're claiming it was number 1. They've just decided to do that motion first. Now, who sits on the business committee? This is the kind of, let me see if this is something Miss Mary Lawrence might remember, right? This is something that is entirely up for the business committee to do, and they can do in any order that they want. Let me see if we can get a hold of Miss Mary. Oh, good. I'm told that Steve is available. Let me see. Yes. We can get to the bottom of this. Yes, we can get to the bottom of this. You can put an agenda in any order that you wish. The fact that theirs is number 2 does not give them the right to not show up and debate it. Why was it put in this order where only the people on the business committee can speak to that? Maybe they expected that number 2 would have taken more time. Number 1 is a straightforward motion, probably not much debate. And number 2 could have taken hours and hours and hours. So it could have just been like, okay, let's just put number 2 first so we can get that out of the way, and then go on to the one that's more likely to take time, the most time. Could be as simple as that. Let's continue to listen to them, and we're going to try Steve here in a second.
Back and forth with members of the government in terms of forming, the government.
Mm-hmm.
I think the whole country knows that there has been great dissension, division, lack of cohesion in policies ever since the government took office. But this is the third, I think, serious challenge that Premier Patton has had.
Third serious challenge from who and regarding what? Again, they just throw these things out there that make absolutely no sense. What are the serious challenges? No one has challenged the premier. No one has challenged the PACT government. This is the first challenge that we are aware of. But you see, this is the duplicitousness now that we all need to be very, very cognizant of, because this is what they're doing in the background. From day one, they're admitting it. They have never given up trying to pull the PACT government apart. I have never seen anything like this in all of my years in politics. And trust me, I remind you all that as one of the founding members of the Progressives, before they even got started, I was out there protesting against McKeeva Bush with my wheelbarrow, standing up with Denny Warren Jr. on the steps of the old glass house, protesting wrongdoing in this country. So I'm not saying I'm an expert, but I'm saying I've been around the block once or twice. And I have never in all of my years seen a government that is so incredibly desperate for power like the Progressives. There's something uncanny and unreal about what they have been doing. And on what basis? Why? Who do they owe so many favors to that they need to get back in there and deliver on those promises?
To keeping his government together. Some of his members, including some of his ministers, have made no secret of their lack of support for him as the leader. And a number of them have been speaking to various members of our team about putting together another government. Premier Patton himself has spoken to the leader about the possibility of forming a government, him and some other of his team forming a government with us.
Listen.
The problem with that, from our standpoint, was that he insisted that he had to remain as premier. And I'm afraid none of us have any confidence in his ability to lead. And he certainly demonstrated a lack of ability to lead the group he's currently with. And so we wouldn't that conversation didn't get very far. But a number of them.
So I'm going to leave the premier. He's here on Thursday. I will leave him to answer the questions in relation to what has transpired between him and the Progressives. But my sources have revealed that on more than one occasion, Roy McTaggart keeps saying to Wayne, oh, come and work with us, come and work with us, and come and work with us. Once again, the question begs, why on earth would Wayne Panton do that? Why would he give up premiership to be under the likes of this government, who he was part of the Progressives at one point, but now they have demonstrated and shown their real colors? Ask yourself that question. What would he be gaining by putting the Progressives back in power? Why?
Certainly enough of them to form another government have been speaking with us on numerous occasions. What is incredibly ironic is the leader of the charge, certainly in terms of speaking to me, to change the government has been MP Dwayne Seymour. And it is therefore a delicious irony that he is the mover of the motion of confidence in the government. But if you analyze what he said, there were not a great many compliments paid to the premier by MP Seymour. He spent his time focusing on what he now says are achievements of the government. But when he was speaking with me.
So although they didn't go to Parliament, they obviously sat down and still listened to what was happening in Parliament so that they could have this press conference. So he's making reference to Dwayne Seymour. We did reach out to Mr. Seymour over the weekend, and Mr. Seymour had the following to say. He said, a person who is habitually angered, irritated, or annoyed when they do not win something or gain a desired advantage, you call them a sore loser. They need to stop acting so innocent. The battle has been won. Why are they concentrating on what they're concentrating on is in the past. They started by spreading the possible meetings with Wayne. I'm not sure if that was true, but that was what started conversations in the first place. None were committed to changing side, so we moved on in trying to strengthen the PACT government for the good of country and stability. They can't fathom how a person can choose country over party. That is what Mr. Dwayne Seymour has said as of yesterday. So what they did, which is a very interesting ploy, is they went around telling other members that they had Wayne Panton in the bag, which I think you'll find on Thursday. Wayne will tell you something completely different. But that was a way to try to undermine everyone's belief in the strength of the PACT government. Because hey, you know this is an old trick. Y'all ever read the what is the book on war? The oh my gosh. What's it called? The Art of War. This is one of the oldest tricks in the book when it comes to the art of war. People don't give up. The battle is not won. The war is not won until you have the leader. Once you have the leader in either captivity or you got him dead, then you tell everybody else, hey, we got your leader, and it's over. Everybody else lays down their weapons and they just fall in line. And that's exactly what the Progressives was doing. Going on telling people, we have your leader. He's in with us. No proof of that. People who were close to Mr. Panton said that's not true. But that's what they were doing to try to convince other PAC members to flip. Let's continue listening.
His position was that the government had achieved virtually nothing in 18 months. So there's been a lot of back and forth, but it is clear now that for better or for worse, the PACT government is going to carry on. So from my standpoint,
I don't know if they really believe it yet. They're going to keep trying.
In business committee, I would have been happy to go down there and deal with their confidence motion, as the leader said. I put
Then
forward
do it.
whatever arguments that we could have put forward in relation to our lack of confidence motion.
Why didn't he do it?
The fundamental point here, and the reason why we will not attend Parliament, is to do with the refusal of the government through a completely inexperienced deputy speaker, preventing a legitimate lack of confidence motion in the speaker from being brought to the House for debate. And coupled with that, now, Mr. Bush is in the chair as though nothing has occurred, despite the fact that he's issued a statement again saying that he intends to resign with effect from the 30th of November. I have heard, I've been reliably informed that in fact, initially, the government had agreed to keep him on until the 31st of January. We shall all wait and see whether he leaves at all.
Thank you.
All right, let me address that point about whether he leaves at all. First of all, I was trying to find the exact point in this video, but at some point, they actually say that the deputy speaker, they refer to her as inexperienced deputy speaker. Now, hello, help me out here. You're saying that he should step down with immediate effect, right? And the deputy speaker is there to fill in. But keep listening to this, folks, because not long after this, they turn around and refer to Kathy Wilkes as an inexperienced deputy speaker. That's interesting, because she was one of the people in talks with them about flipping on the government. So someone that you can't even respect, this is what I tell you when I tell you that they use people. Sorry. Someone that you can't even respect, and you have the audacity to talk about you're willing to debate it and the inexperienced deputy speaker, but argue that she should still sit in? Come again. Y'all see what's going on now? Listen, it's interesting that they make this point about whether or not, or we'll see if Mr. Bush even steps down. Well, hold on now. I got something here that's of interest, because y'all think that Wayne Panton was born yesterday. He didn't get that size just so. He is an experienced attorney at law who was practicing a lot longer than Alden McLaughlin, for the record. Did a lot of commercial and contractual litigation, not litigation, my apologies, contractual commercial work. And so he's really no fool. Let me tell you what he did in the Legislative Assembly on Friday. And of course, again, the progressives didn't show up, although they were watching parts of it. Maybe Alden missed this part, why he was saying, well, we'll see if he ever resigns. Or once again, playing games with the people of the Cayman Islands, he conveniently omitted to tell you all this. Because if you don't know this bit of information, you might question and say, well, you know, Alden has a point. What if he doesn't resign? Aha. Here is the trump card, pun intended, that the premier actually played to ensure Mr. Bush cannot backtrack. He brought a motion. Oh, y'all need to pay attention to what I'm saying now. Premier Panton brought a motion in the Legislative Assembly to seal the deal. Mr. Bush can't back out now. Y'all are understanding what I've said. He has solidified the situation. This motion, he moved a motion without notice, so nobody knew it was coming. Well, certainly Mr. Bush didn't know it was coming, to accept his resignation formally with a vote of the House, and every single PAC member voted in favor of it. All right, let me say it again, because this becomes the equivalent in a way of what the progressives were trying to do with their motion of no confidence. It's not technically a motion of no confidence, but it is a motion to accept your resignation. And then it gives all members the opportunity to be recorded in the Hansards in favor of it or not. Let's watch it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in accordance with Standing Order 24H, 24-9H to 24-9H to move a motion which would, with your permission, I will read the motion.
I shall read it. Standing Order 24-5, 24-9, and H, which tells us arising out of any item of business made immediately after the item is disposed of, and therefore the next item is entered upon. Member can move a motion. Honorable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, just for the avoidance of doubt, I will read 24-9 in full. 24-9 reads, the following motions may be made without notice, and then H is arising out of any item of business made immediately after that item is disposed of and before the next item is entered upon. And Mr. Speaker, the motion is for a resolution as follows: that in accordance with Section 65(2)(b) of the Constitution, the members of this Honourable House do accept your letter of resignation as Speaker dated October 3rd, 2022, with effect from November 30th, 2022.
I think that motion is absolutely clear, and therefore I put the question: all those in favor? For belt and braces' sake, does any member wish to speak? Does any member wish to speak? Does any member wish to speak? If not, I'll put the motion. Honourable Premier?
Just to thank all members for their support, sir. Thank you.
That's what I was saying, but let me finally put that question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The motion.
The ayes have it. Did you hear? Aye, aye, aye. Hot tamale. Hot. Every member, let's be very clear now, of the PACT government has just agreed to the resignation of Mr. Bush. Now, let me be very, very clear. It's a nice way, it's a nicer way of saying a vote of no confidence, thanks for your resignation, you gotta go. But they've just gone on record right there. Thanks to Mr. Premier, he has done it with, well, a little bit of diplomacy. I personally would have not been so diplomatic. I would have been the one calling for his neck on the chopping block and calling for a vote of no confidence. But you know what they say? Sometimes you get more bees with honey. Is that how the saying goes? All right, Denny's at it again. Good morning, Denny.
Morning. I have a slightly different view from what I hear you describing now. It does matter the order in which something is placed.
Can we? I was actually going to call Ezard Miller. Can I call Ezard on this point before you? I actually want someone who has experience on either the business committee or parliamentary experience to speak to this before you give your opinion, because you and I can have our opinions all we want, but we've actually not been there and we don't know how often this is done. So let's see if I can get a hold of Ezard. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fine.
All right. Good. All right. I actually just had Ezard's number queued up. Hold on. I didn't even have to punch it in because I had it punched in already. Let's see if we can get a hold of him or anybody else who's a senior. I mean, I'm not a politician, so I can't tell you how unusual or usual this is and how the business committee works. So if we can get someone like Ezard on the phone, that would be great. Who else can we call that's actually been an MP and that would have sat on the business committee?
This number does not subscribe to a voice mailbox service. Please,
Mr. Ezard, answer the phone. Who else would have sat on the business committee? I'm trying to think of some MPs now. I don't think Arden answers the phone anymore, so I don't know if we should bother with him. Who else? So I guess we can try some of the current MPs. They're probably getting ready for Parliament. I think MP Saunders has sat on the business committee before. I don't know if he's an existing member or not. So let's see if we can reach him. I'm not answering today. Chill. It's Monday morning. All right, let's try Mr. Let's try Mr. Steve again. I believe he might be up and about now. We were calling him a little bit too earlier. So although he's not an MP, wouldn't have sat on the business committee, because I really want someone who has actually sat on the business committee who can speak to how the business committee works, not from a theoretical perspective, but from a perspective of they have been on the inside. Any suggestions of who else we could call? It would have to be someone who was an MP, but then actually sat. Oh my gosh, sorry. Miss Stacy, I think I'm going to need some more tea this morning, honey chow. And just to let y'all know, we're going a little bit into overtime on the radio. Woo! Sorry, the cough. Oh God. Someone said Mr. Lin. Someone said Mr. Linford. Surely we have somebody else in more recent times. Who would have sat in the business committee last time? I don't know who the current members are. Oh my goodness. Moya says, well done, Premier. Well done. The ayes have it. All right, let's try Miss Mary. She would have been speaker. Actually, let's go ahead and Captain Eugene. No, he was asleep. He was asleep the whole time. I don't know. Not sure that he can clarify much of anything for us. Call the clerk of parliament. A lot of them don't. They're civil servants, you know. They don't like to talk. They'd be like, "Oh, I can't tell you anything. FOI it."
You have reached the voicemail box of 3.
Mr. Steve not answering. Y'all need to wake up in the mornings now, honey child. Let me check Miss Mary. Miss Mary will be up and at him. Don't think y'all gonna be holding her down. Let me see Miss Mary Lawrence. Otherwise, we might have to call the Premier himself on this one. All right, let me try Miss Mary. See if she's up. 924. They're not civil servants. It is their job to tell you, says one person. Well, hello. Have you tried asking a civil servant a question? Where's everybody this morning? I mean, again, these are the types of things that
I'm sorry, but the person you have called is unavailable.
This should not even be. Let's call the Premier. Let's call Premier Panton. Like I said, he's probably busy because I think they're going into Parliament here shortly. But we're going to give him a call. Let's see if he can tell us about how this paper business works. 57. I can't think of anybody else. Nobody's answering the phone this morning. Try Arden. I think Arden has moved on. He don't really. Which Baden? Alicia says try Baden. Everybody busy today. Last time we didn't have any luck with Arden's number, so I don't even know if that's still a good number for him. Premier Panton not answering. Jeez, I'm peace. Let's try Arden. Morning, Miss Charlene. Alicia, good morning. Ralston Anglin. Ralston, you wake? Marco Archer. I don't think I have Do I have his number? I don't think I have him. Archer. I have Brenda Archer. Oh, Mark Archer. What do you know?
Hello, it's Arden. Please leave a message.
Nope. All right, let's try. Oh my gosh. I don't know if Mr. Marco would be available, but let's try him. No harm. Somebody said Juliana. Anybody? Oh, Zim might know. Oh yeah. Oh, Roy.
Hello.
Hi. Oh, hi. I'm looking for Mr. Marco Archer.
Oh, sorry. Who's this?
This is Sandra Hill.
Oh, sorry. This is the wrong number.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Why do you need to know who it is if it's the wrong number? Just say it's the wrong number. That's weird. Oh, let's try Roy Bodden. Yes, he's a good one. Let's try Mr. Roy. 2180. Let's see. Yes, he would know. Or Gilbert. We can try. No. We're not calling Captain Eugene. He was in the room but checked out. We called Mac already.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Roy Bodden.
This is Roy.
Sandra Hill here. How are you?
Yes, Sandra, how are you?
Not too bad. You are on radio, live and direct on the Cold Hard Truth. We have a question for you. As a former parliamentarian, can you explain to us how the business committee works when it comes to setting the agenda for an upcoming session of Parliament? So the specific question that has come up out of Friday's proceedings, we're trying to get some clarity on this, is the private members' motions were not listed in the order that they were received. So is there some rule against that? Is that unusual or not, or peculiar in any way? And what would be the reason that they might change up the order of the private members' motions from how they were received, like chronologically?
The business committee of the House was usually chaired by the leader of government business or the premier. Now, with the speaker the way it is, I would assume that the speaker sets the agenda now. Government business takes precedent over private members' motions. And so that would be how that is normally done. Now, when it comes to motions of no confidence and all that kind of stuff, the motion normally would be accepted in the order in which it was received. So if I were moving a no confidence motion on you and you were moving one on me, for example, but I put mine in before you, mine would take precedent over yours, irrespective of whether you are the government or the opposition. So if the government put theirs in first, it would be normal to expect that theirs would have been heard first. Are you following?
Yes. So right. in this case, we have two private members' motions. Number one and number two. Number two was a motion of confidence in the government brought by Mr. Dwayne Seymour, and that was listed first as opposed to the one that was received first.
But no, that should not have been. That should not have been. That should not have been. But of course, the government has the majority, and so they always twist the rules in their favor. As we say, the opposition might have its say, but government will have its way.
And where does it say that it can't be done this way? Where does it specify that it has to be done in order of?
These things should be covered under this, what is called the standing orders of the House. The standing orders which dictates the policies that the Parliament has to follow. And that would have been made up by the members themselves. They are in agreement with that. There is a time when government motions takes precedent over private members' motions. Government business takes precedent over private members' motion. But this is really out of that realm. This is no confidence motion. If the government were bringing a bill, for example, if the government were bringing a bill, and I was bringing a motion calling for the same thing, the government bill will take precedence over my private member's motion, although you're basically calling for the same thing. So it's the reason if the government if opposition submitted their no confidence motion before the government's motion of confidence, then the government's motion of confidence should have been carried, except by tacit agreement of the opposition to waive their position of primordance, to waive their first position to the government. And that wasn't done, so it follows that the opposition should have had their no confidence motion. But of course, it's up to the speaker's discretion. The speaker the speaker has discretionary powers in these regards. I've seen it happen.
So it's not the first time that it's happened.
No.
Yeah.
No. But boy, this, my dear Sandra, happened a long time. This is not precedent setting in any way. I mean, I remember when Gilbert and I were opposition leaders, but you understand, it is that way. The government, it has to be that way. Otherwise, the government would be hamstrung and handcuffed by intervening that the opposition wanted to blow.
Okay. All right. We really appreciate you, my dear.
Okay.
Thanks so much. Yes, you too. Thank you. So very, very interesting. I do have Mr. Kenneth Bryan, who has popped into the studio. Good morning, Minister Bryan. How are you?
Good morning, Sandra, and good morning to the Cayman Islands listening public. How are you doing this morning?
Very good. Are you on the business committee by any chance?
I am.
Oh, okay then. So tell us, how did this happen? I mean, you know, Roy Bodden has just explained to us very good, very well, that it does happen, it can happen, although he seems to still say that it should have been done in the order that it was received, but it doesn't seem to be that is a must and there's no standing orders that dictate that. So you explain from your perspective and your understanding then.
All right, well, thank you so much. I'm so glad that Mr. Roy Bodden called in before I got a chance to do so, because his word would give a little bit of support, because obviously there'll be a perception of bias from my standpoint being on the government side. But he's correct to say that there's no precedent set here, because this action is something that has been done by the progressives in past administration. Matter of fact, I was the victim of it many, many times when I put things forward. And the notion that I got was the government's voice comes first at all times. So there's nothing wrong in respect to the government putting their business first. Now, it may be seen as a private member's motion because the backbencher who filed it, that being the Honorable Dwayne Seymour, but he is a member of the government. So therefore, we have every right to put our motion before theirs, even though our motion was filed after theirs. So there's nothing wrong at all. That's why the government always has the majority of the business committee. So the government business can be the priority, because we are the representation of the people's will by way of majority. So this notion that, you know, they had a disadvantage from any standpoint, there would be a disadvantage if in fact that they were not allowed to debate their motion, but they had every opportunity to, they just didn't show up to do it. And I'm going to tell you the politics here, right? Is that the reason why they, and this is my perception, didn't are upset that we went first is because we had the first say about the true position of the government, and they knew that we were going to defend our position, our commitment to each other, our confidence in the leader, and our confidence in ourselves. And then also within us going first, we would have the last say. So when you think about which one should go first, they're both just as important. Confidence and no confidence is just the inverted of each other. So the content and the information that will be delivered is just the flip side of the other. So it's just as important in both situations. It's from a private member. One is from the government side and one is from the opposition side. So this notion that they got the disadvantage is just them playing politics because they know they lost the political strategic battle that they tried to take on. And they probably didn't think that the premier was intelligent enough to use tactics which Alden himself had taught all of us, because we were victims of those tactics. And we used the same tactics against him, and then he's crying about it. And I think he should be ashamed of himself in that respect, because these are things that you learn really, really hard and well, because you become the victims of them. I remember when I used to put in parliamentary questions, they just wouldn't answer them, they just wouldn't put them on the order paper, and I couldn't do anything about it because they had the numbers. You know, and the precedent that is done in the Westminster parliamentary system is the government always has priority and they have their way. There's a
So
saying
you
that,
would actually put forward parliamentary questions that never even got listed?
no, they would never get listed. And it took me about 3 years, and eventually Ezra and Arden started to feel bad for me and started to take up for me and say, come on guys, and I can't treat the young man like that, you have to answer his questions. And only then where I start to scream about it on the radio and stuff, and they would put them on. So this is nothing that they haven't done before. Matter of fact, this is nothing like it. Actually, we could have been as bad as saying, okay, we're gonna put your motion on the next sitting of the House. We didn't do that. We just said, listen, okay, you want your say, you will have your say. But you're gonna say it after we've said what we have to say. Now they recognize that their voice would have been nil and voided, because if we had voted on our motion before theirs, basically it's pointless to bring their motion, and that's why they didn't come. Because if you just get through doing the motion with everybody in the government voting in support the premier and supporting this administration, what's the point of bringing yours afterwards? And that's what they're upset about. It's as simple as that. There's no complexities. There's no mistreatment at all. The only thing they could have said, if we did that, but we didn't, which was not to list their motion, and it was listed, they just didn't show up to work to argue it for themselves.
Wow, lots of politics going on. I mean, it's unfortunate, Minister, because the people really don't want this. We just want all of y'all to get on with doing the business that you're hired to do. But I mean, I was insulted that they wouldn't even show up to debate their own motion or to even counter your the private member's motion for Mr. Dwayne Seymour, private member's motion number 2. They could have shown up and tried to make their case in Parliament. Why not do it?
Well, it's an interesting point, because there's 2 battles here. One about the speaker, and then the other one about the government. And I think that once they realized the one about the government was lost, and we extended the parliament to allow our motion to come forward, they recognized it quite quickly, and they said, oh, they're going to avoid our debate. So they strategically quickly filed the one on McKeever. Now, everybody in their right mind would know, if McKeever was that big of a priority, why didn't you file that one first? All right, why didn't you file one first? And it's because they were focusing on the government, not on McKeever, as they say the reason why they're not coming today or on Friday was because McKeever. Well, why didn't you file that one from the start? Why didn't you file that one in the last administration? So the people are not going to get fooled by that, right? They went into second gear and hoping that would work, but that in itself got caught out of time in respect to the definition of the standing orders. So, and that by all means, it's not that it's not accepted. It's just not accepted for this sitting of the House. So if they still want to bring a motion in the next sitting of the House, or they want to hear that motion because it's still filed, but you will hear it in the next sitting when you are within the time. So you can happily debate a no confidence motion on the speaker in November or early December when the House is called. The government can't stop you from that. You have your democratic right to that as opposition members, but they recognize from a political perspective, the strategies that they're using is losing. And that's what this is about, right? So, I mean, the truth is, if you had so much high moral ground, hypothetically speaking, if we did not extend the House to allow our motion and we just went forward with their motion of no confidence, they would have been debating that motion with the speaker right there. But now they've changed their gear because they saw that they lost that strategy, and then they say they shouldn't show up to the house because they can't be there with him, but you were willing to do it earlier. Anyway, I thought I'd just come and give you some input to what's happening because you couldn't get hold of it from me.
And we do have a couple callers, including Denny, and another one has just joined in. But thank you very much, Minister. We appreciate it.
No problem. Take care. Have a good day.
Okay. All right, Denny, you're up first. Do keep in mind that we do have another caller who's also wanting to jump in on the conversation. Hello? Denny? Oh, my apologies. Hold on. Sorry. I keep forgetting that I need to put this in Bluetooth mode. There we go.
Morning. I just heard a lot of opinions about what the situation is, but I want to shed some facts. And I'm going to draw on your law degree a little bit here. Section 71 of the Constitution, or 2009 Constitution Order. Standing orders and committees. Standing orders must provide for fair procedures. And it goes on. And adequate notice of bills in motion. I'm not going to read the whole section, but that's it's in relation to bills and motions, and it requires fair procedures. So in other words, when they draft the standing orders, they should incorporate fairness into them, which also means that the exercise of the standing orders require that they do so fairly, impartially.
So every government that has ever used this tactic, which if we're to believe Mr. Bodden and even Honorable Minister Brian, this is something that is done all the time. So maybe what they need to do then is, if it's such a big deal, is to change the standing orders to make it very, very specific that motions that come have to be done in the order that they're received, and don't leave that discretion up to the business committee. I bet you not a single one of them would vote in favor of that, including the progressives.
I agree, but you got to understand something. If you think for 1 second that they don't understand that it should be fair procedures, you're mistaken. See, this is the tragedy, because they actually know better. All of them, they know better. And if you think this is anything, let me read something else to you. The letter that was sent to all of the members of the House, advising them about making submissions of motions and so forth to the House, was sent by the clerk of the Legislative Assembly on the 7th. And listen to what the opening phrase of her letter said. Quote, "I have been directed by the Speaker, Honorable William McKeever Bush, JPMP, to inform the members that the first meeting of the..." I'm not going to go on any further. You know what it says. I'm just drawing attention to the fact that the clerk was directed by the Speaker. Okay. And then you have, then the notice says 5 clear days. Well, great. But do you know that you have the standards in public life law? Section 10 says, and I'm going to read this, where a person in public life has a possible or perceived conflict of interest with respect to any matter that comes up for discussion, that person shall disclose that person's interest, and shall, as soon as the matter comes up on the agenda, immediately leave the place in which the deliberations are taking place, and shall not participate directly or indirectly in the deliberations touching such matter, and shall not return while the matter is under discussion until a decision has been taken by the body concerned. There are others, but I don't need to go on. And the point that I'm trying to make to you is that all of these people are the players who wrote this law. They know this. I'm not telling anybody anything they don't know. I'm just reminding them that what they're doing is wrong. So what you have first of all is you have the speaker directing the clerk that the 5 days includes weekends, excludes weekends. And so that is a mistake. So even the speaker didn't understand how the days were supposed to be counted. And we went through that on the interpretation law. They were wrong. So even if the deputy said to herself, you know what? I actually didn't know that was the case in the interpretation law. The reason she is still not off of the hook is because the leader of the opposition pointed out to her blow by blow why she was wrong. And if she had an interest in doing the right thing, she should have said, I changed my mind. You are correct. We need to allow this. But she didn't do that. And there's a reason why she didn't do that. It's because there's a conflict of interest. And the people who should be having a discussion about this are not those who have an interest in what the narrative should be. It should be people disconnected from something being said negatively against them. So they're wrong. What Mr. Bodden said, all Mr. Bodden was saying to you was that it's done. Wasn't saying it's right.
Well, I mean, if there's nothing expressly, well, this is the problem. If there's no express rule against it, and it has become common practice, and you're saying that the public life, in your opinion, applies to the listing of matters? I'm confused. What's the express rule?
Oh yeah. The express rule is section 71(2) of the Constitution. But if you want to know whether the public, let me see if I can find it for you. If you think that the standards in public life might not apply, go to page 23 of the Act, where it says, Schedule 1, persons in public life. 1, members of the Cayman Islands Parliament, including the Speaker, full stop. I could read more. That's the relevant provision.
Okay.
And I'm asking you if they know better. They know better. They're just trying to pull a fast one on the public, and I am deeply disappointed in every single one of them. They're wrong. And you should be holding their feet to the fire for it. Don't let them mislead you.
Well, Denny, no one is misleading me. And I've already said that I do not believe, and that's why I was trying to get Steve on the show this morning so he can explain it further. I do not believe that Kathy had the right to turn down their motion of vote of no confidence against the speaker. I can't be more clear than that. Crystal clear.
Good. And what Mr. Bryan just said is not accurate. He can say that, oh, we do this and this is what, that's fine. I'm telling you what the law says, not what he thinks should be done.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. Well, what did they say? 2 rights don't make a wrong. That's for sure. Let's see if we can get some of these other callers back on the program. We're going into overtime this morning, in case you hadn't noticed, folks. Really wish that Steve would have that first cup of coffee so we could get a hold of him. What a mess.
Hello.
Hi, good morning, caller.
Oh, good morning. I was just about to call you back.
We're still on air.
No, that's okay. Thank you so much. It's just so unfortunate that we have to be in this place.
I know.
But the bottom line of it is simple. If Mr. Bush had any shamefaced of any kind, any sense of scruples or integrity, we would never have the country in this place.
Yes, that's true.
But he holds with a death grip for two things: the prestige of a position and power.
Yeah.
A sense of character and integrity is out the door.
Yes.
That doesn't matter. But if he had any sense of shamefacedness, you know, or a character definition, we wouldn't have to be here.
Yes. I agree.
He would step aside.
I agree. And you remember weeks ago after his latest incident, and I said the exact same thing. It was a Thursday show, and I begged him to do what was in the best interest of this country. And he waited and waited and waited. But if you're going to give, you know, a little bit of credit, I suppose, where it's due, this government was able to get him to at least resign within a period of, I think it's about 30 days or so. Whereas the previous government, 1,000, oh gosh, let me tell you how many days. I counted the number of the days, over 1,000 days between when he first assaulted that woman and the fallout from that. And the previous administration was able to do nothing. So I guess we have to take our small victories, however we can get them. You know, they're not always perfect victories at the end of the day, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I agree with you 100%. This could have been avoided. 1,460 days the Progressives administration had to deal with Mr. Bush, and they did nothing. What they did was call an early election to avoid dealing with the issue. And, you know, we continue to see a man who, you know, to this day claims even now that he's done nothing wrong.
He doesn't know how to bow. He refuses to bow. And it's a terrible thing when the living God uproots you.
Yeah.
Because you're not indispensable.
It's
sad. And it's the most honorable place anyone can seek to walk is that place of humility. Realizing that you really don't own anything.
Yes.
So he's still holding on to those two forces, power and prestige. But the pride of his personal character is out the door.
And what do they say about pride comes before the fall?
Before a fall.
Yes.
And a haughty spirit before destruction. You see, it's a terrible thing to fall in the hands of the living God.
Yes.
And if he's trying to get your attention from time to time, and you're just seeing me, the God me, you know, I hope to the living God for his well-being. He will humble himself, step aside. The Cayman did not have to be in this place.
Yes.
No matter who is wrong or who is right, who did or who didn't do. The one who is in this place could have prevented this. If he would just come to his senses.
Yeah.
And step down.
I agree. What a mess.
But to the last minute, he holds on to prestige and power with a death grip. And it's sad. I wish he was hearing me, you know, because nobody shouldn't have to force you to move. You of yourself. If you had any scruples about you, or the shame face, you would do so yourself. But he has no shame face, nothing, because his eyes just see prestige and power. So have a blessed day.
All right, my dear. All right, folks. So we're going into overtime a little bit this morning. I did see Miss Charlene trying to call us. I'm going to give her a call back. So how are you feeling this morning about the fact that the MPs are refusing to go to work because they say that Mr. Bush continues to sit in that seat? I think it's duplicitous. I think that's not the real reason.
Good morning.
Caller, what is that sound? You're killing my ears this morning. Morning, caller. How are you?
Sorry about the technicals, but you know,
yes,
I am at ground zero. Yeah, talking about our heights as a population. First of all, my favorite couple, Mr. Warren and Mrs. Hill. Yes. And then you should do more. There is no second. But getting back to our present situation, you know, I don't need to say anything after this woman that just hung up.
Yes.
I don't need to say anything after her. She said it all.
Yes.
But just to get my 2 cents in, The person that was in the last caller, that's before Mr. Warren, I believe, who was in support of the PACT government, on and on and on, and you referred to him as minister. Don't know who it was because I just came in the last of it. But what I heard going on from that caller was a win for a party. Give me, please, ladies and gentlemen, a win for this country. The party should not win over this country. And not, well, you know me, I'm nearly 70 years old, black and picky right in the middle of Georgia, ain't got nothing. But I have enough guts in me and waters in my knees and love for this country to know. A sinking feeling in my stomach this morning is that my country is not winning. And bully for the politician who called in to mention all those things. Mention, please, something for me. I'm not blaming, I'm not trying to cut anybody's knees out from under them, not even the deputy speaker. And you solidified what I thought from day number one. Instructions came down to her and they came from a certain place. And I believe every lawyer that picked up the paper and read it in the air wanted to one time use that terminology all the time. It seems glorious to me. But my country is not winning this morning.
Yes.
My great-grandchildren are not winning this morning. And believe me, folks, I have them. Proud of them. Your daughter is not winning this morning.
Amen.
And your grandchildren that you are waiting upon are not winning this morning.
And I'm waiting too soon.
And you,
just for the record.
but you know, Mary Street is not winning this morning.
Yes.
Shane Road is not winning this morning. We are not winning. And we came from so far back with so little.
Yes.
In hard-working hands. Honest hands. People who couldn't even read and write. Pulled us this far. And I am disappointed this morning in Mr. Bush. Sir, you have done us so much wrong. And you continue to do this to us. This is a country that you claim that you love. And I wonder how you love your family, how you love your friends. And it is obvious how you love your country.
Yes. Yeah.
I wonder, sir, and I'm not talking about going to a party and getting drunk and falling down, but I'm talking about the father or grandfather of the house wearing a wig and a robe. Those are instruments of power, authority, and trust. I don't know who purchases them for you, but you're walking and you wear it, you're the father that use paper in your regalia. And we were all sitting down here talking about which party won. The party that should win every day in the Cayman Islands is the Cayman Islands. And we shouldn't be put to shame in this way by a man who knows so much. What the other side of the script would have been a young man who left school, I heard it out of his own mouth, from the time he was 12 years old, to raise himself, to rise up to the pinnacle of power and authority in his country, in the region, and even abroad. A young man said to me, Makiva Bush's name is not unknown abroad in this wide world. What a different script we should be celebrating this morning. Not this.
Yeah.
Not this. Anyway, I am going to leave you by saying this. The parties, I did never want no party system in Cayman. I saw what it did to Jamaica. I did never want no one man or one vote, and the people that I care about the most in politics seem to be wanted. I didn't want it. This is it. It destroys, it does not lift up.
Yes.
And I don't know how we're going to get out of it, but I should try. This is it. Mr. Bush, Mr. Bush, Mr. Bush. I would call a name this morning, but I don't want to do that. But remember the one that you said at his funeral. He was a great man. Remember him and his children for me, please, sir. Please, if you can make it better for us, don't make it any worse. And I thank the woman, I believe I know of her. I thank the woman that called before me. I don't need to see anymore. And I do not know where the past politicians in Cayman are. I do not know where the hopefuls coming up are. And I don't know where the people that we pay every month, 19 of them, including Mr. Bush, I don't know where they are. And I'm holding me Panther's foot to the fire no more than to say, you knew, my pardon, you knew Ashford pardon. I don't know how you can get caught.
Yes.
I don't know how you could get, no pauper. When a pauper steals, I can see with him. When a prince falls down and don't try to get up, I don't know. But all honor, everyone, deputy, where are you? Now talk to me about the Minister of Labour and PPM stay at home. If PPM stay at home, we will rip them with 1X, a desperate vote. That's what we've gone to.
Yes.
We will rip them with 1X if we know they are wrong. We need a solution for Makiva Bush, who knows no law that honor have.
Amen.
That's why I drop into my knees. Because this cannot continue in my country while the rest of the world makes fun of us.
Yep.
And I don't care.
Yeah.
Anyway, have a nice day.
I appreciate it, my dear. Wow. I've not heard Miss Charlene get so passionate and emotional yet on this program. And there's always a first. And folks, I agree with her 1,000%. I mean, I said it before. The situations we keep finding ourselves in as a country, you can point to one or two people politically. The progressives and their shenanigans. Makiva Bush, the first Cayman Bank situation. All the vote of no confidence, all the coups that we've had in this country, all link to his leadership, to him trying to get rid of Kurt Tibbetts, unraveling this country. I have told you how we were on the brink of someone wanting to physically harm Makiva Bush and went to Kurt Tibbetts trying to get the nod of approval for Kurt Tibbetts to okay this. And Kurt Tibbetts said, absolutely not. We are better than that. We cannot become these banana republics that we want to turn up our noses at. But folks, when I tell you, everybody's asking for the kaboom button after that caller. Folks, when I tell you that we are one smidgen away from a banana republic, you have got to believe me. And these are the people, I agree with Charlene, these are the people that we have elected, that we have put in public office to represent us, the people. And we are paying them a very decent salary. We have got to raise the bar. The next election, if you continue to elect monkeys, you cannot expect any better. It will continue to be a banana republic. That's what it is. That's who we are. And are you proud? Those of you who get up and try to defend Makiva at every turn, are you proud of his behavior? I saw Charles's comment earlier that he don't know what video I was seeing because the video that he saw, this woman was attacking Makiva Bush. I cannot tell you how it grieves my soul that the Compass, trying to play politics during the election, released that video in the way that they did. Because looking at a video in isolation with no witness statements being read with it, none of y'all went to court like I did. You didn't hear any of the proceedings. You are being misguided into thinking that this woman attacked Makiva Bush. That is not what happened. What you saw her trying to do at that point in the video was defend herself and get Mr. Bush off of her, who weighs at least 2 or 3 times what she weighs. Don't be ignorant in your attempt to defend assaulting a woman. And this isn't about public drunkenness. Furthermore, before the video went out there and y'all saw something that clearly doesn't match with what happened, the man admitted to everything. He admitted to the damn assault. 3 counts of common assault. You all saw this man throwing this woman around in a kitchen. Where's the video, by the way? Does anybody have the video handy? Hold on. You saw him throwing this woman around in a kitchen where I was afraid that if her head had actually hit the one of those stainless steel anything in the kitchen really, but one of the stainless steel sinks, he could have killed that woman. It took 5 people to drag him off of this woman, and y'all talking about you saw her assaulting him. You need to stop the stupidity this morning. I will not play into this game. He assaulted her. Before it even came to that, she was on the phone calling CG to come and get him. 4, 5, 6 phone calls. Y'all need to go read the judgment. Watching a video in isolation does nothing. The man admitted to the facts as they were laid out by the prosecution. You know why he admitted to it? Because he knew what he did. He wasn't that drunk. He knew exactly what he did. This woman was trying to get him help. She, for all intents and purposes, worked for him. His son was part owner in the bar. You think that anybody in this country would have the audacity, the nerve to go and assault a person of his political position, of his position in this community? Right? Speaker of the House. She would have to be the craziest person in the world. That is not what happened. But this is what happens when you take a video in isolation. You don't look at all the witness statements of exactly what actually transpired. You don't see what Mr. Bush admitted to. You don't hear the prosecution's case. None of that. Don't come to me with your foolishness this morning. This is the same reason why Makiva is the man that he is. Because all of you who can sit back and claim that this woman assaulted him, you are his enablers. Every single one of you. You give this man right when he has done wrong. And unfortunately, with his personality that he has, it doesn't take much more than that. This man has never humbled himself, even when the writing is on the wall. Miss Debbie wants to know, well, why didn't he resign immediately? Because that is who Makiva Bush is. What part of this do you all not understand? For all the good that he claims he has done, he is a self-serving, narcissistic SOB. I'm sorry, but if you don't see that by now, something wrong with you all. This is who the man is. How many times does he have to show you this side of him? You cannot juxtapose. Listen. They say when somebody shows you who they are, believe them the first time. Y'all don't believe them the first time. You don't believe them the second time. You don't believe them when are you going to believe? When it is your wife at the Ritz-Carlton that he's doing something to, and you right there across the way, then you got to stand up. When it is your mother that he grabbing her bubbies and touching her inappropriately and saying foolishness to her, when it is your sister, your niece, your daughter, your son, when is enough? I am so sick and tired of the excuses. When are we going to stop it? What I can tell you is that this government worked overtime to do something that the progressive government was incapable of doing. Getting rid of Makiva Bush as speaker. And they did it with him walking away with not a single condition, although he came to the table with conditions. How can you now talking about you're resigning for country? You're not resigning for no frigging country. You are self-serving. That's why you could come to this position with a list. How dare you? How dare you? These are women that have been victimized by this man, and this is nothing new. And you still come to the table with conditions, but thank God, finally, a government that got rid of him, at least as speaker, with no conditions. Okay, he gets a little bit, was able to give notice. Most people give notice when they resign. The government does not have the authority to fire McKeever Bush. Maybe it's time the standing orders be changed, and it's time for the PACT government to put in place the code of conduct for all MPs. And by the way, I'm really looking forward to the likes of Barbara Elizabeth Connolly voting in favor of the code of conduct. Because despite what they want the people to believe, Denny again, despite what they want the people to believe, most of them have no conduct and no behavior inside or outside of the Legislative Assembly of Parliament. What kind of behavior you think they have? Alden McLaughlin having assaulted in the lunchroom Elio Solomon years ago. Oh, if we had a code of conduct, he'd be in trouble, wouldn't he? Let's not even touch their behavior outside of Parliament because it is atrocious. Come on now. Y'all want the cold hard truth? You need to wake the hell up. We need to start expecting some behavior of our legislators because they have none. Denny?
It's not accurate to say that they can't fire him.
Oh, Lord Jesus. Denny, where does it say that they can fire him?
They can bring a motion of no confidence and remove him from the chair.
Firing him. That is not the PACT government having the ability themselves to fire and remove him.
I understand the language you're using about fire. That's a technicality that is not appropriate for this situation. But you tried to frame it just now that when you resign, you give time. No. Erskine May is the Bible of parliamentary procedure. There is no example in the Commonwealth ever of what he's trying to do occurring. Ever. Ever. I'm saying to you that they could remove him if they wanted to. Imagine this. Imagine if they really wanted to get rid of him right away. They could agree with the opposition that there be a vote of no confidence brought and that they all support it. I'm saying to you the reason why they did what they did is because they didn't want to be in the position of having to do that. They could have been done. Do not say he can't be done. It can be done. Section 86, Standing Order 86 allows for a motion to be brought that's signed by 7 people, and it shall be heard. Not if he wants it. He should step aside from all of this, and it shall be heard. And if they wanted to support it, they could. Let me tell you what the trick that was just played is. Would you prefer to debate how great the government is or whether the speaker should be removed? That's the question that they were answering in their minds. And they said that they wanted to say how great they were. But let me ask you this question about the decision of placing it on the order paper, giving it priority. Is it really important to the country that a motion, a private member's motion, be brought to the House praising the good work of the government, and that should somehow take priority over a motion that's brought to the House that says that the speaker should be moved for committing illegal activity?
But Denny, He's not been even charged with anything. How can you say that he committed illegal activity?
He has already been charged.
Oh, you mean when the same progressive government refused to do anything about it? So now they're going to do something about what he did back then.
I'm saying to you that they should have done something about it, and this government should have done something about it too.
Well, this government has done something about it. They got him to resign.
No. What they're doing is something that is unprecedented. You think that this is the end of it? Ask yourself what's gonna happen when a speaker in the future in another Commonwealth country gets up and he says, well, I'm gonna resign, but you know what? There's a precedent that took place in Cayman that says, oh, I don't have to leave right away. You think this is the end of it? It's not the end of it.
So when a prime minister resigns and he doesn't resign right away, you don't see that as already setting a precedent?
If a prime minister says that he's going to resign,
but doesn't do it right away, how is that any different? A resignation, as a member of parliament, is a resignation.
No, it's not. It's not the same. But what I'm saying,
how is it not the same?
So you want to talk about how the Prime Minister of the UK,
who was breaching laws, hold on, who was breaching COVID laws and all sorts of stuff, breaking the laws too, having unauthorized parties, he resigned with notice. I'm just saying, explain to me what the difference is in terms of it setting a precedent, since you say it's setting a precedent that nobody else has ever set before.
Because what we're talking about here is a speaker. And I'm saying that there is no precedent.
And a speaker is less than the prime minister?
No, I'm saying that there's no precedent in Erskine May for doing what they did. Yes, the premier wants it to be said that they had him resign, but he's supposed to go right away. That's the precedent.
And where is that precedent set? You said that's the precedent.
Erskine May.
Who has done it before?
Nobody has done what the Cayman Islands government just did. Nobody in the history of the British Commonwealth has ever done that before.
Right. So you show me, I'm asking you for the opposite example of a speaker who's resigned with immediate effect. Who has done that?
I don't have a name for the particular one that has done it. But if you look in Erskine May, you see no example of a speaker giving notice like that. It doesn't exist. And what?
One second, Danny. Hold on. I see Miss Charlene keeps trying to call. Miss Charlene, I'm just merging the calls, but Danny's still on. Sorry. Go ahead, Danny.
You know he got it in him. And I'm gonna continue the conversation with the same attitudes I like them. So get the professor time to get back to you. Even tomorrow.
All right. Oops. Oh gosh, did I hang up on Denny? Oh no, I think I might have hung up on Denny. I'm still trying to get a hold of Lord have mercy. I'm still trying to get a hold of Mr. Steve if that's possible. I don't know. Maybe he's taking the day off today. But let's try one more time. Speaking on the point of the labor minister and what his thoughts were, we're going to play a video here in a second as well. Give me a second. I'm going to try and see if I can find that video. Someone was asking me for the video. Let me see if I can find it.
You
It's
have
definitely
reached the voicemail box of.
It's definitely out there. So Kiva Bush assault. Yeah, I mean, listen, it is so unfortunate that again we come back to this point where you know, this is all because of one man. It certainly demonstrates, at the very minimum, some of what we need to tighten up in our legislation. And I think that has to be done. You know, the legislation and the standing orders are certainly not perfect. Did the Compass take down the video? I only see me discussing it, but I can't find their video. But I played it. My gosh, this would have been a year ago, ironically enough. I'd have to see. Try to find it. Even the judgment against McKeever, I had at some point. I don't know where that is. I'd have to try and find it. Might have to look in Dropbox and see what I can find. But yeah, I'm flabbergasted at the stuff that we allow in this country. And like I said, it is no wonder that we are considered a banana. We're not considering ourselves a banana republic, but we should be. Because truth be known, that's exactly what we're on the verge of. And we need to get this stuff under control. Where is his judgment? Yeah, I'll have to look. Actually, I can get the judgment probably a lot quicker online. Hold on one second. I mean, the judge did not mince her words in terms of what happened. You know, we're playing with words and semantics. Morning, caller.
Hello.
Hi. Good morning.
Morning.
How are you, sir?
I'm fine. Who is this?
This is Sandra. Who's this?
Oh, I saw Miss Call on my.
Oh, Mr. Arden.
Uh-huh.
Oh, morning. No, we actually had a question for you about the paper, the order of business for Parliament. We were trying to settle something about the order paper. And we knew that obviously you had sat in the business committee before and would be in a position of no, probably more than some of us. But how does the business committee decide the actual order of the other business? And you know what happened on Friday, where one private member's motion, which was from the Progressives, wasn't listed first, although it came in first. Is that unusual? Is that permissible? Is that against the law? You have any insight you could give us?
The business committee, which is majority government, and the House is majority government, or it wouldn't be a government, controls the business of the House. And they usually put on what is ready, because not all of the business of the House is ready at the same time. So whatever whatever indications they get, i.e. from ministries' portfolios that they're ready to go with theirs, they'll put them on first as a government business. And the government decides, usually if there's a vote of no confidence in the government does not reject it, but it finds an earliest convenience day for it without
without making it disrupt the government's business, because they're the ones running the country. And in the case of motions, they usually are listed based on when they come in, but not necessarily a routine thing. They'll say, well, let's hear this one first, because whoever's responding to it is ready, and they're not ready for this particular one. And the decision is made in there with the minority, and all committees are made up of representing the makeup of parliament, which is government as the majority.
So there's nothing prohibiting them from putting whatever order they want. And would you say that it is done on occasion, sometimes, all the time?
All the time it is done. It's not done on how they came in. It depends what the government feel they're comfortable to respond to on that particular day, and then they'll list them for and notify their people when it's going to be on, so they can prepare themselves. So it's not etched in stone. Nothing is etched in stone when it comes to the order of business. Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, that's what we were trying to clarify with you this morning. So we really appreciate you giving us a call back, because that certainly helps.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, my dear. Thanks too. All righty. All right. So Mr. Arden called us back, pretty much said the same thing that Mr. Roy said, in the sense that, it's something that happens, and it's something that's done. And, it can be done for, a number of different reasons. Let me, folks, let me just say this as it relates to Mr. Bush. It is unfortunate that we even have to have this discourse today. I mean, ultimately, the voters in West Bay, you guys now are the ones who need to do the right thing come the next election. I am not of the opinion, I think if Mr. Bush had any scruples about him, he would actually resign coming into the next election. I'm not going to hold my breath for that, because like I said this morning, I unfortunately think that there's something wrong with him from the perspective that he's not able to hold himself accountable. He's not able to do the right thing for the sake of doing the right thing. And so, I'm not going to pretend like I'm naive and I believe that he will do the right thing. I don't believe that he will. And so this is the difficulty when you have to deal with someone like a Mr. Bush. Now, I just found this over a year ago. I was here going through, and I'll show you pieces of this. The judgment, which I'm still trying to find here. But anyway, I've covered it in a previous show before. Went through the judgment, talking about the CCTV footage and everything. And I think in this, we also play the footage. Everything that Mr. Bush claims now, because he saw the video and thought, oh, well, a few people think that she was attacking me. People, every day I get up and I speak on behalf of victims. And it's such a sad indictment on us that we cannot see a situation for what it is, because again, oh, we like a person. Oh, my mama told me to vote for him. My mama said to support him. It's just none of that matters when it comes to just doing the right thing. How can we victimize women in our communities, especially already a vulnerable category, right? And continue to victimize women. And we think that this is okay. Look at this. He throws something at this woman. This is how the video starts out. I mean, I can't even believe that I'm having to have this conversation, because some of you still are claiming that that this woman assaulted him. It's like, what? Are y'all crazy? This cannot be like our reality. The first thing he does is throw something at her. Did y'all not even see that? She's on the phone trying to get him help and he pelts something at her. What I can tell you is this man is lucky. Because had that been a Georgetowner like myself, I would have, listen, y'all want to talk about, I would have been beating him. Yes, he would have gotten some licks in. But I'm telling you, no man is going to assault me like this and get away with it. I would have boxed him as good as I possibly could. This is ridiculous. That women have to go through life in fear, like in literal fear of their lives. I think the compass is taking it down, because I can't seem to find it. There's such a bunch of wusses. Seriously? You went to great lengths to get the video. You put it out there in the worst possible way. Yeah, they took it down. I don't see it anywhere. They've taken it down. What a mess. Call the poor victim into question. And then I can't even with you people. Seriously. Sorry. Trying to see if I can find it. Anyway, you know what? One thing I am sure of is my ability to be consistent, right? So let me just rewind this a second here, and y'all are going to have to listen to what I said over a year ago about this man. Here you go. Oh, God. Try and hush mud her again. Oh, my apologies. One second. Someone is saying that they can't hear the audio on the YouTube video. So hold on one second. Let me just grab the audio. I thought I had it, but hold on. I want to make sure y'all can hear this video. All right, hold on. Okay, here we go. So this was me at least a year ago. I don't know what the exact date is. Dissecting the video when it was released from the Compass. Funny enough, like I said, the video has seemed to have disappeared after they went to all this trouble of sharing the video, caused more damage than good, really. Now they've somehow pulled the video back, which is shocking, but here you go. You know what? Let's watch the friggin' video already. Y'all done know y'all got me all up in my feelings this morning about this. I can't do anything about how people feel about this video in lieu of the fact that there has been a lack of explanation for what transpired here.
But I do agree with Judy that a lot of people will see perhaps what they want to see here. The video hasn't been doctored. I don't know if they removed the timestamp or not, but I know that the video itself, this is what was seen in court. Balika makes the point that Alden wanted a stable government before the election, but now wants to destabilize this one. Well, that's all he has nothing else to do. And trust me, no one is more dangerous than somebody who is idle, because he has all the time in the world on his hands.
Still true.
What else does Alden have to do? They're doing nothing in the constituency. Ask some people down in Windsor Park if they've even seen or heard from Barbara since they got in.
Still true.
Opposition members are just enjoying the free ride and causing trouble.
Amen. Hallelujah.
Let's dissect a little bit of this video. Because like I said, I don't know what y'all looking at, but it's so incredibly interesting that there's certain things that people miss. So let's go to this point. Again, a lot of it is a little bit grainy, but let's have a look here. Make it full screen. Unfortunately, no audio. You see Mr. Bush holding on to the truck because he can't walk. People said, by the way, how did he get there? Did he drive himself? So here she is, still on the phone, still dialing, still trying to reach Richard Parchment. A staff member, see where he throws the container at her? So that bus container that he just threw at her, that was the bus container that he gets charged for. So that's the second assault. So we are 4 minutes into the video at this point. That's the second assault. I don't know if you guys missed it, but she's over here in her little corner, frantically on the phone, trying to call Richard Parchment. Man, where the hell was Richard that night? She must have been like, pick up the fucking phone, Richard. Pick up the phone. Where are you? This man is out of control. I don't want to call the police. Pick up the phone. So watch it. She's on here trying to call him, and look at this. Boom. Y'all saw that? That was the bus container. That was the assault. Now, those of you who are trying to say that if that isn't an assault, now she wasn't anywhere near him. I don't know how far away he was, but he got a good arm to throw that right at her head. She used her hand to block it, and that is why she ended up getting a bruise on her arm. If she did not use her hand to block it, that would have hit her smack dab in the head. She's nowhere near him at this point, and y'all are talking about why does she continue to later fall? Well, this is assault number 2. The third assault in the kitchen is what some of you are saying looks like it was provoked because she followed him into the kitchen. The timestamp is actually up at the top. So I don't know why y'all saying the timestamp was removed. See it right there? February the 22nd, 2020, 7:58 and 22. So that's why when the judge refers to the time here of when she accepts this first assault is proven by the CCTV footage, that is what she's referring to. That timestamp, see? Up to the 54-second, so just back it up a little bit here, which would have been when that tub was thrown and hit her. Here we go. There it is. You can see her almost saying to him again, without the benefit of audio, she sees it coming and she was like, oh my God, stop it. What the fuck, you know? And then here it comes. And then she's like, what the fuck did you do? Like, I could see her. There she's railing her arms like, what are you doing? Stop it. You're crazy. Now she's backing up. She holds up her hand. Again, those of you who are talking about she's the aggressor, I got to tell you, I don't see what you're looking at. I don't see it. So here she is now holding up her hand. This is not someone who's being aggressive towards him. He throws a second one. So that was the second tub. Those are the dishwasher tubs, by the way, in case you're not recognizing what that is. So he throws it at her again. There's nothing that she's doing in that moment in time except on the phone. And y'all don't even know who she's on the phone to. Because again, the compass releases it with nothing to go along with it. So how would you even know who she's talking to? She could have been on the phone with the police. But in fact, she wasn't. Right? She was on the phone trying to get a hold of Mr. Parchment. Please come and help me.
Wow.
Now, let me be very frank and clear here, right?
It would not have been me as a George.
Because I've seen a lot of the
I've
seen a lot of the comments, and I've seen people saying, you know, she is to blame here for this. If that was me and a man has just pulled my hair, throwing my phone down, had me like pulling my hair as I'm trying to get him to come up. Let me be very honest what I would have been doing in this moment. Y'all talking about she's the aggressor? Let me tell you something.
Nope.
This is the Caribbean woman in all of us who was like, if a man is going to put his hands on me, you think I'm calling anybody at this point but the police? Yeah, I'm going to call the police. But I'm also going to be throwing some licks in your fat ass. Let me be very frank.
Come pick him up.
And
Come
most of
pick him
y'all
up.
Caribbean women
Yes.
who have been in abusive relationships, thank God I don't have that experience to share. But you would know that if a man or anybody touches you, the first natural response is you're going to fight back. Well, not everybody.
Me, I'm fighting back.
But most people are going to fight back.
Yes.
If I wouldn't throw some licks into him, I'm not going to say that because of his size, he wouldn't get the better of me, obviously.
Yes, drunkenness.
But
I can
very, very upfront here.
No, Bobo.
Any man or anybody who puts their hands on me,
yes,
it is then self-defense.
Hallelujah.
And I'm going to do my best to kick your ass.
Praise the Lord.
Win, lose, or draw. You
Praise
ain't putting no hands on me. Okay? It ain't going to go down like that. That's not the life that we're about. We don't believe in violence, but I can tell you one thing.
Yeah.
I believe
in self-defense.
Self-defense.
Amen.
So
Hallelujah.
Jonathan says, I don't really see anyone throwing punches.
Yes.
You don't have to hit somebody with your hand for it to be common assault.
It's the same way I felt then, Jonathan, I feel now.
So he threw two tubs at her.
I'm sorry.
One barely missed her head because she put up her hand. The second one, so let's watch it again. In case you missed it.
Look at Jonathan commenting.
This is what constitutes the second assault, folks. And she's backing up from him. Those of you who are talking about she's the aggressor, she looks like she's yelling or whatever. That one was low. So that one, you know. This is the second assault.
Yes.
Then this is the third one in the kitchen.
Oh my God.
He can barely make it into the kitchen and stand up. I'm surprised he didn't fall in all that water.
Yes, honey child.
So this is.
Yes. I mean, Jonathan says, I'm really feeling myself from a year ago. Listen, my position has not changed. It is the same now. Here's the compass video of the assault. This is him coming in drunk. Yes, you wouldn't put your hands on me like that, sir, without consequences. And trust me, as an adult, I have not been in a single fight in my life, but it would have went down that night. It would have went down that night. That's why I don't hang out with drunk people, you know. I don't go certain places because Jesus knows I was not built for jail life. Y'all hear me? That's just not what I was designed for. I'm too cute to go to Fairbanks. But that night, McKeeva Bush would have understood that you can't put your hand on women. And I don't care how many times you've done it before, because we've heard all the stories, dear sir, about the falls down the stairs and the broken arms and this and that, but not today, Bobo. It wouldn't go so. You understand? This is utterly ridiculous. And y'all can defend us, but oh, well, she looked like she was attacking him. What? He had fallen into the bushes with his drunkenness. See him here? See him here falling into the umbrellas. That's her actually trying to grab and help him up. Y'all talking about, no, that's him beating on her. That's her beating on him, sorry. She was trying to get his fat behind up. Trying to pull him up and she couldn't pull him up because he's so fat. That is not her assaulting him. And before that, and the same time she's doing that, he's pulling on her hair. But you see from this camera angle, y'all can't see all that. Right? And so y'all want to claim that, oh, well, I can't really see what she's doing behind the umbrellas, but she must be assaulting him. Really? See, an eyewitness comes here now recording it on their phone, taking pictures. They provided witness testimony to the court, to the police. See the person behind the other way? They're trying to push him, I guess, forward from the other way. See how she comes like holding her hair? That's because the man was grabbing her hair all that time. She was not assaulting him and still couldn't get him up. He eventually crawls up off his knees. And then he continues. Look, he can't even stand up, look at. Seriously? Those of you who are now claiming that she assaulted him, I'm disturbed. I'm honestly disturbed. Oh my gosh. And she's still trying to help him. See an eyewitness there recording it with her phone? All that was given to the police. Y'all really need to stop. Her mistake is that she didn't thump him a couple times. So yes, when she's going here, now she's frantic. And she's calling, still trying to call Richard Parchment. My apologies, I accidentally said CG earlier. It was not CG in this incident. It was Richard Parchment. And there he is again, coming after her. And this is her flaring her arms, like, stay away from me, because now he's arming himself with, see, throwing stuff at her. Even the other woman is recording it. They had eyewitnesses, multiple recordings. Releasing this singular recording was highly irresponsible. Highly irresponsible of these folks to do this. I still cannot believe that they did it. Sorry, Siobhan. I guess they must have cut me off on the radio channel. They got other programming. But this is ridiculous. Now look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. One good hit on anything in that kitchen. That woman's head could have been busted open. She could have had a concussion. She could have slipped and fell. This is him. Look all these men trying to get him off of her. And y'all talking about she wasn't assaulted? Look here. 4 people plus her trying to get away. Unreasonable. Absolutely unreasonable. Wow. No, sir. Jonathan, I don't know what more you need to see. See it for what? Because you don't believe all the eyewitness testimonies? Really? It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. It's a disgrace. Caller, good morning, ma'am.
Hello?
Yes,
Are you on social media still?
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
Thanks. Okay, no.
An absolute disgrace. Wow. Folks, we need to stop it now. It is honestly time for us to say enough is enough with this man. I have nothing personal against Mr. Bush. I've explained to y'all before. I think that he has done some good things, but the negative of what he has done far outweighs at this point anything positive. He has ruined his own legacy, and there's no one to blame for that but him. It's as simple as that. Let's move on as a country. Progressives, you're not showing up to work this week. Easy money for you. I'm going to play the video from Chris Saunders and what he had to say about this, because I agree with Mr. Saunders completely. You and I wouldn't have the option of not showing up to work. God knows I got COVID and I still have to show up to work. Unless I'm seriously ill and bedridden, I have to show up to work. Your company doesn't do something that you don't like, you don't get the option now. You can show up to work, but you're going to be fired. If you don't show up to work, you will be fired. You will be reprimanded. You don't get to not show up to work and collect your full pay. This is not reason enough for them to not go into Parliament today and debate important aspects of legislation. The NAU legislation is up right now. There's an education bill that's coming. There are a number of pieces of parliamentary business that is on the agenda. Now here they are claiming, and they want to take credit for everything. Everything the government is doing, they're taking credit for. But we see all of these things that are now on the agenda, right? And guess what? Oh, no. We're going to take credit for it if we think it's good. I'm going to play what Mr. Saunders said, and then I'm going to play the rest of what the progressives had to say, because kudos to both the Compass and Wendy, who asked them some really tough questions, which they couldn't really answer. And when she said, well, surely you claim that this government isn't doing anything, but you at least have to give them credit for giving children free meals. Oh, that was us. We were the ones doing that. You never got it done. You never did it. Oh, well, it was just a matter of budgeting. No, you didn't do it. There was a lot in the past 12, 15 years that you claim you were going to do, and you were supposed to be working on, reviewing the minimum wage, this, that, the next thing, and you never did it. So you can't take credit now that the PACT government is getting it done. You didn't deliver. Ideas are a dime a dozen, and you still never delivered.
We do have an addendum or the paper being made, and whilst that is being done, I have notice of a statement by the Deputy Premier, the Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you.
Giving permission at this time to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And although you referred to me as the Minister of Finance a while ago, I'm actually standing up in my capacity as Minister with responsibility for labor. Mr. Speaker, and I'm speaking personally at this point because I've not discussed this with my colleagues, but I really have a fundamental problem, Mr. Speaker, accepting the absence of the opposition here today. We have many Caymanian families, Mr. Speaker, that get up every day, they go to work. And yes, Mr. Speaker, there are times working conditions aren't ideal. There are times you have challenges in the workplace with your co-workers, with your managers, with other people, with your bosses. But, Mr. Speaker, our people still show up to work. Having a problem or an issue with somebody is no reason to not show up to work. And you cannot be in the business of representing hard-working, decent people that get up every morning and go to work under conditions that are not necessarily ideal for them. The Caymanian people, Mr. Speaker, goes to work. That is what we do. We do not show up because we don't like a co-worker. We don't show up because we don't like an employee. We don't show up because we don't like where we're sitting. We go to work. And Mr. Speaker, the salaries that members in this honorable parliament get paid is not a small amount compared to the salaries that many families get. And we don't have that luxury. When it's time to work, Mr. Speaker, it's time to work. So, Mr. Speaker, I saw all of this to say I really want to record my disgust as the Minister of Labour for the tens of thousands of people in this country that get up every single morning, face traffic, unfortunately, face challenges, but still go to work to take care of their families. And if you want to represent hard-working, decent people in this country, you need to go to work. That's all I need to say, Mr. Speaker.
Can I have a go?
Yeah. Sorry, I was just going to say that. Go ahead, Wendy.
Yeah, because it just follows on from what Sir Alden just said. Can you hear me okay?
Barely, Wendy.
Is that any better?
A little bit. Marginally.
Or is that better?
Yeah, my hearing is a little better than my leader, so I'll have to translate for him.
Okay. What I would like to ask you is, because you just said that they're acting as though nothing has occurred. Well, I think all of your good selves also sat with Makeba Bush after he'd been convicted of an assault, like a proper crime. I mean, I'm not saying that what he hasn't done this time isn't also troublesome, and that it is troublesome that he's sitting in the chair, but you didn't have any problems with it and presided over the hoop-de-doop of the opening of Parliament, all while he was sitting there with a criminal conviction.
Wendy, I don't think that is accurate. There were no meetings of Parliament after, as far as I can remember. My memory may be a bit faulty, but Mr. Bush was convicted back in December of 2020. And to the best of my recollection, there were no other 2020. No, 2020. 2020. And to the best of my recollection, there were no other meetings of Parliament again until Parliament was dissolved. You will remember that
there was the celebrations for the actual the plaque unveiling and everything.
Absolutely. And that was actually the
good one, Wendy.
After he was sentenced.
Barbara sending messages to somebody.
If I remember correctly. But when the challenge was brought by the then leader of the opposition, Arden McLean, and the now Deputy Premier, Chris Saunders, to attempt to put together a special meeting of the House to deal with that lack of confidence motion, I, as Premier, had two choices. We could have gone on and dealt with the lack of confidence motion and see who voted in favor or not of Mr. Bush remaining. Or we could do as has been done and is usually done in most democracies, put the question to the people in terms of a new election. And that is what I did.
And let us remember now, folks. I know we're quite a bit into overtime on social media, but let us remember that the day that this man was sentenced, what did the same Alden McLaughlin say back then? Let's pull up the video.
Just to the Premier and the Minister, seeing as I probably won't get another opportunity. This morning, the Speaker was convicted and he was handed a 60-day suspended sentence, among other things. Do you have any plans in Parliament to to present a vote of no confidence in the Speaker, or are you content to let him sit in his position?
Well, this is news to me. I haven't been apprised of that. Obviously, the government will have to take time to consider the matter, but what I will say about that is that there may or may not be another meeting of the House before the House is dissolved in March. I am not sure that the country would be well served now by my taking action which precipitates the collapse of the government and the holding of early elections. So we have to bear that in mind.
Thank you.
Yes, that's what he said back then.
We did not.
Now, as Cameron said, he needs
Premier,
rosemary tea for
certainly did not
good
do
for
what
amnesia.
This Premier and this government is doing, seeking to avoid any challenge to the Speaker remaining in the chair. I spoke to the governor. I asked him to call new elections. We had new elections. The people voted. The people voted all of my team back in, except Austin Harris.
Poor Austin.
Mr. Panton, Premier Panton, used the opportunity created by Mr. Bush's misconduct as a basis for a whole campaign in which he said very publicly that it is clear that his principles no longer accord with those of the progressives. He used that as the basis for his campaign. You remember, is she supported? My question now is, are they supported? Because we now have allegedly multiple victims. Mr. Panton, Premier Panton formed a government with McKeever Bush in the full knowledge of what had transpired prior to that, in full knowledge of the conviction. At least when I formed the government with Mr. Bush, we did not have that situation. And when the challenge came, I put it to the people to determine whether Mr. Bush should be re-elected or not. But we refused, all of us sitting here, to go back to with Mr. Bush.
She said okay because she knows it's a bunch of
Otherwise,
BS.
we would be sitting where the PACT government now is, because it was Mr. Bush's preference to form government with us rather than with Mr. Panton, who I know personally he dislikes very much.
Fair enough. Actually, if you're going to be that, given how candid you're being about people, you say that Premier Panton as well as Dwayne Seymour were the two sort of people that have spoken to the progressives about forming an alternative government. Are you willing to say what other members of the PACT government also came to you? There's been sort of some denials. There's been a lot of names bandied around and denials being made. So it would be good to have you on the record saying who came to you.
Well, Premier Panton did not speak to me. He spoke to the leader. But I had multiple conversations with MP Dwayne Seymour. I will let other members decide whether they want to talk about any of their interaction. But the point is that most of the current PACT team at one time or another have spoken to some of us about changing the Premier. All of the issues have been laid at the feet of the Premier, at least as far as representations made to us by the PACT members. And this has been going on for well over a year.
Anyone? Is anyone else willing to say?
I'll just say, overall, when addressing first the motion of no confidence on the government, we would not have brought that motion had we not had reason to, had we not been encouraged to, had we not had concerns that nothing was happening for our country. You can look for yourself, you can read the cabinet briefs that they put out. They're very brief. We've only been to Parliament one time before this. There has been no major legislation in almost 2 years. And we also knew of persons within the PACT government trying to organize themselves within to overthrow the Premier. We were approached about bringing this motion a long time ago. And we said, no, we would not. We have no reason to bring the motion. But as time went on and it became apparent that they were dysfunctional, and others reached out to us to form a government, that we thought we would put this to bed once and for all and bring the motion. We did that. The storm came, it has been delayed, and then of course the incident with the Speaker. The governor called for the speaker's resignation. The premier himself, even citing his responsibility for gender affairs in his letter to the speaker, called for his resignation with a deadline. We gave the premier an extra week because he said that the storm was a distraction. We gave him an extra week. He then extended or delayed Parliament, allowing for further filing of motions, which we thought he certainly would have filed a motion of no confidence against the speaker because he had not resigned at that point. When that did not happen, we filed a motion of no confidence against the speaker well within time and with the support of a letter from the clerk of the Parliament saying that the deadline for filing of motions would be 5 p.m. on the Friday. We filed the motion before 4 p.m. Now to get here, where they have decided, or they filed within the same time period, a motion of confidence, which is obvious that they intended to hear the motion of confidence first, and then move a motion to not hear our motion of no confidence, which makes sense, because if they vote and they had the numbers to vote that they have full confidence in their government, it would make no sense to debate a motion of no confidence. We were bullied yesterday afternoon in the business committee, and our motion was taken from the top of the order paper and put in second. And we were still denied the opportunity to debate the no confidence motion on the speaker. How is that democratic? How can we go to the Parliament this morning and hold our heads high and say we are doing the work of the people, we are representing the people, we are doing our democratic duty as an opposition when we are not being allowed to be heard?
Point taken. The Parliament, whilst we've been doing this, they've already moved a motion to accept the speaker's resignation. So
Here you know.
now that's sort of done and dusted. And
They didn't even know that. Listen,
it will mean that they are not. It's not going to happen. Like, he's going to sit in that chair now till at least the 30th of November, and maybe longer, as you point out. So, given that there is historic legislation coming, especially for the poor law, would it not really now have better, as there's nothing you can do by boycotting, to actually return and get involved with the laws? Did you hear me? No? You're all looking puzzled.
Sorry, Wendy, we do have some background noise here. You're saying that they just voted on accepting the speaker's resignation on what date?
Correct, just now.
And for what date?
In accordance with his letter.
But that's still, there is no, but he should not be in the chair. That's fine.
I appreciate, I 100%. Yeah.
But the deputy speaker should be in the chair, or give us the opportunity to debate our motion of no confidence in the speaker, because he should vacate that chair immediately.
Okay, I get your point. So you're arguing that despite accepting that motion and accepting his resignation formally and officially, they should still put Kathy, the deputy speaker, in the chair?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. I just wanted to clarify that. So that means that you will not participate in the debate on the change to the poor law. Do you have any views about that piece of legislation?
We would love to be there to debate that piece of legislation.
If you would love to be there, show up and do your jobs.
That the legislation itself, from what we have seen, really doesn't have the guts of the changes in it. Those will all be in the regulations, which we have not had an opportunity to see as yet.
Show up and do your jobs. Put the questions to them about what's coming in the regulations. It's that simple. Nonetheless, they will not be working this week, folks. I don't know exactly what they'll be doing. Listen, as far as I'm concerned, we have 1 seat available, 2 seats available, 3 seats available, 4 seats available. Cayman Brackers, wake up. 5 seats available, 6 seats available. Vote them out. They don't want to work. Let me be very clear. Right? Despite this latest ploy that they're trying to work with, Alden is the same person since he's not been reelected who shows up at 11:45 just in time for lunch in Parliament. They have demonstrated on more than one occasion before that they don't really care to work if they're not the ones in power. That's not how this works. The government, the people deserve a viable opposition. There's a reason why the opposition exists. Otherwise, what is the point? The opposition is there to keep the government on their toes. And that should be done. El Ray says, I agree with PPM. Mac should not be the speaker. I agreed with that position 2 years ago. And I still agree with the position. We're one step further ahead, and at least now he has resigned, and they've ensured through the motion brought the premier, he will not undo that resignation. But listen to what these people have said. They've said he shouldn't be sitting there. And then they've also said that the deputy speaker is incompetent. So what is it that they're proposing? What do they want? This is a bunch of smoke screens and mirrors. I could not agree more that his resignation should have been immediate. That I do agree with. Whether there's a precedent set, whether it's in the standing orders of law, he should not be there. I agree with that. I also understand quite fully that that is not what this is about. For them, they're upset that despite all the games that they were playing, they were not able to flip members of the PAC and bring the real motion. And listen, the point that Minister Bryan made is very, very clear. If this was their real concern, why didn't they bring this motion first? Ask yourselves that question, because it is a very good and logical question. If they were so perturbed about the speaker and him sitting, why not prioritize that motion? You would have gotten it in with no question of it being in time. Although I still say it was on time. Bring it. He couldn't have sat over that motion. It would have had to have been the deputy speaker. That's why she's the one who denied it, because she's the one, because it related to the speaker, who had to deal with it. Stop playing games with the people's business. We don't have time for this. When you stand up for what is right, you stand up for what is right all the time. Not when it's politically expedient for you to do so. That's why I have a problem with the progressives. I don't take any issue with them saying that Bush should resign and he should have been out a long time ago. I agree with them 1,000%. My issue with them is their narrative is never consistent because they are too busy doing it for all the wrong reasons. That's the issue. Barbara has never spoken up in her life about women's rights when he was convicted. The entire 1,460 days that she could have said something, she remained silent. The entire progressive government did nothing. So this government, you might not like exactly how it was done, but you have to admit that they were able to get rid of him out of the speaker. Does the ends justify the means? At least now he's gone from that position. That was so much more than they were able to do, even after an arrest, even after conviction. This time, none of that has even happened yet. And still, he's going to be gone in short order. Be about the people's business, progressives and PACT government. Get to work. We're tired of the political games. There's a lot of important things, folks, on the agenda. They should be more than busy. We got the Traffic Amendment Bill, Mental Health Amendment Bill, Mental Health Commission Amendment Bill, Financial Assistance Bill, Accounts Amendment Bill, Limited Liability Companies Amendment Bill, Education Amendment Bill, plus questions. Get to work. The people deserve better representation. That's what we voted for. We didn't vote for the progressives to remain in power forever. In fact, many of you don't want that at all. Many of you don't support the party system, and yet they continue to push it down your throats. This country is a one-party system. How does that set with you all? Huh? Get back to work. It's not acceptable for you to stay home doing nothing or going on your farm, kicking up your feet, or hanging out at the local bar with women. That's not acceptable. That's not what we're paying you for. We have to raise the bar, folks. And all I can say, the next election, things like this, we need to hold these people, these 6 people that you see sitting there right now. We need to hold them accountable. Poor David, he can't even say wah. Nothing comes out of him. Poor him. Moses is checked out. Look at Moses. What is Moses doing? Did he even say anything during this press conference? Folks, if somebody's in retirement mode and they have demonstrated that through their behavior, if you feel like you are a viable contender for these offices, please step up to the plate. We need better. I'm encouraging people to think about your country. Maybe it'll be a sacrifice a little bit from your family. Maybe it'll be a sacrifice financially, but we need good men and women to step up to the plate, be nominated for elected office. God knows you can't do worse than some of these that are in there now. Come to the people with a degree of honesty, teamwork, cohesiveness, and we need to give some new people an opportunity. Time for all of these 6 to go now. Come on, people. This is not a lifetime appointment. All right, folks. I supposedly have COVID. I need to go have breakfast and I need to rest, and I got a lot of work to do. Because again, I can't take a day off. Well, I guess Sunday sick in bed was my day off. But if I don't work, my bills don't get paid. And if my bills don't get paid, you know what happens? Foreclosure. I don't have the benefit of being able to sit back and know that my bills can get paid regardless, and that I'm going to get that money, that $11,000, $12,000 in my account every single month, regardless of what I do. That's not how it works. Darlene says if he gets reelected again in the next election, he's needed to form our next. Listen, West Bayers, y'all need to do better now. I'm sick and tired of y'all. You have got to do better. Darlene, I'm not putting my goat mouth on the man. Lord knows I don't want to do that. But I think that we will have some divine intervention between now and the next election. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not saying no more, because y'all going to be calling down damnation on me if I say anything more. But I do believe we will have some divine intervention very, very soon. Let's just leave it at that. Y'all go to work now and have a blessed day.
Thank you for tuning in to another episode of The Cold Hard Truth on Bobo 89.1 FM. Cayman's #1 talk show is live weekdays from 7:30 a.m. Never miss an episode again. Watch anytime on CMR's Facebook and YouTube channels for the latest show episodes. Don't forget to follow us online on our social media channels. And visit CaymanMarlRoad.com for all the latest news and community happenings.